Starting coming at you with another game of Diablo 2. Look, I'm a Warlock. We can do that now. Let's get to it. We're in Act 5 in normal. You know, no big stakes, just the whole fate of the world in the balance. And we're just gonna go ahead and get back to the old halls of pain, which we did not get, you know, earlier. So we gotta run up here, wake up Pendle, and then carry on. You know, clean. And now we're just going to carry on. We don't need to worry about these guys on the outside. There'll be plenty of guys on the inside. Hey Kiara, welcome back. Yeah. I had forgotten that my pest control guy was coming by the house until until they showed up at the door. I was like, oh yeah, I gotta get off this, you know. Let him do his work. You know, no pests, you know, good news, but you gotta check it out, you know, you gotta prevent those problems by... Ooh, is that a shiny chest? It's probably not that good a one. We'll go anyway. I was organizing some of my stuff while I was waiting to start the stream. Not on this character, but like on the other ones. And I was like, man, it's not as much as I remember. And then I remember I'm like, oh yeah, you traded all of it for a theoretical other currency, which you still have. And I, you know, if I wanted to, I could go buy anything that I wanted. So, you know, in the game. Be curious to see from who you're doing the Lorax. Nice. Teacher shaved his beard, said as much as nice, nice. Yes, you know, the mustache is all the rage these days. I like to think that it's because of me. That I was, you know, like one day ahead of the trend. But I, of course, did not invent the mustache. I merely, you know, adopted it. I never, you know, I know I've said this before, but I never thought I would grow into a person with a mustache, and yet here I am today, largely defined by it. It's great. It's like a magnificent disguise. You can't even see me at all underneath it. It's awesome. Oh, someone is doing the voice. I thought you said you were doing the voice. You guys, that's nice. What an amazing scene that was, and is. Gustavo. Rare greatsword, don't mind if I do. Yeah, I gotta start picking up daggers. Okay, so like we don't want to use this one, but that, you know, that's a lot of potential. Because if we can get like some really good skills on one, then, you know, we're not married to this weapon, right? Like it's okay. Although I can totally see like 3 or maybe 5 totally distinct like Warlock playstyle builds, and I kind of want to try all of them. But the one that's more weapon focused, you know, we'll do that where we just like feed ourselves a bunch of items for power the whole way through. Alright, so we need to find the waypoint here. I mean, we don't need to, right? We don't need to. Are we going to run Hephasto again? I don't think so, but, you know, again, experience is good. We need to get to level 30 because we're going to be at the Ancients before long, and 30 would make it much easier. I really don't know how that fight's going to go. We'll see, you know. If we can't do it, we'll just level up some. Or I'll dip into the chest where all of my stuff is and become vastly more powerful. You know, cheating with money, you know. It's like, no, I inherited these items. It's fine. Bye, Kiara. You have a good day. I'll see you later on. Perhaps I'll be around. Maybe we'll play some Minecraft. Maybe something else. I'm not sure. Alright, we woke him up out of the jar. That's good. I love this character. I'm like, wait, plated belt. We should get that because that's another whole slot. And no matter what it is, it's probably going to be better. I'm like, you know, there's all sorts of other stuff we could be into. It doesn't matter. There's a rejuve potion. Like, why was that showing up on the mini-map? I mean, I didn't think it was something important, but it could have been. Could have been something new. Strange. Deckard Cain. Because really, although 20 life and cold resist is fine, you know, it's fine, having more belt space is better. Grabbing 4 inventory slots is, you know, a benefit that can't be measured in inventory slots. It's better than it even sounds. We're going to lay another portal there and then just go hunt for the waypoint. That way, if we get there, we won't have to backtrack. Unless it looks like there'll be enemies to do. Because, you know, sometimes you can see that there would be, like, another route. But you don't want to just run over nothing. You know, you gotta have a little more sense of that. Ooh, Skill Shrine. Because, like, at level 29, you actually get access to a large number... Well, the mid-20s, but 29 specifically, because you get, like, Skin of the Viper Magi and stuff. But, like, the mid-20s for a character that has access to wealth of other characters is really a shining time. Because you get some of your good abilities, you know... By the time you get to level 24, almost every build has the thing that they're looking for. It's only a few builds that only want something at level 30, right? And then you can get quite easily, I mean like 4 or 5 to all skills levels off of gear, plus a bunch of really good stats. You know, it makes you more than twice as good. We'll take the long way around here. And then return to town that way. Although I can't deny that I'm imagining my build with like access to much more power and sustain and fast cast. I'm like, you know, that would be good. What if we were 3 times this strong? But that's not the point. The point is to see what the game is like if we weren't who we are, you know. The Prince and the Pauper style. We'll just keep on fireballing, firewalling. I'm a fire. I'm a fire. I'm like, that's right. You know, you can get like 4 and 5, and I think even 6. Yeah, Saga did Crystal Swords, but the thing is there's a higher level requirement on them because like they can't get that amount of sockets unless they drop further in the game. You know, there's all sorts of rather complicated rules about that kind of thing that I don't remember off the top of my head, but that I once knew as if it were my own name. Life's funny like that, you know. You get really into something, you know all about it, and then, you know, you sort of fall out. You don't really remember off the top of your head, and then you just see, you know, something, and it just jogs your memory all the way. And before long, it's like, you know, it's like you remember it all. And that was definitely how Diablo felt. Coming back to it, you know, I'd be like, all right, what's going on? And then I'd be like, oh yeah, that thing. Obviously I know what happens here. There'll be monsters and we'll hit them. All right, new plan. Go this way. Totally ridiculous behavior to use a controller like that. I don't know how people do it. It would drive me nuts. But unimportant. Onward. We just gotta run all the way over there. It's not that far. It's fine. Get some enemies here? Yeah, not enough to worry about. Just walking because we don't have the stamina. cut down this barb here in a second, you know, let him rest easier. You know, to a warlock, that sort of thing is like really tasteless. It's like, you think this is how you summon demons? Let me show you. Just one socket, that's too bad. Flail has limited or no utility. But one good thing about not having too good a gear is that if you die, it's like barely like it happened. No, even at the point where my gear is now, which is not very good, it's still like, it would be very noticeable to have it. Not least, you know, we lose 2 frames on the cast and then a whole lot of mana, which, you know, not the end of the world, not the beginning of the world either. Level 30? Level 30, we gotta get out of here and go to town. We got a lot of work to do with our stuff now. Sure, and we do. Alright, so for a spirit monarch, I think it's like 154 strength, which I don't think is where we want to go with this character. Like this number that we're at right now is like okay for right now. We do want to get up to max block though. Go much better. Alright, so this demon summon, bind a demon. And this is consume, where we get rid of the demon to get stronger, which we'll get like eventually maybe to play around with, but it's not that important here. Grab that, and then we can grab Apocalypse and Abyss. It's like we don't you know, we have too much utility. That's the problem. Like, where do we fit in all of these abilities? Do we just drop the hex entirely and just say forget about all of that? If so, then respecking would be called for, wouldn't it? All right. Yikes. Hey, Thomas. We just hit level 30, and now we have too many choices to make. We have too many abilities. We need... I think we're just gonna go respec. Yeah, that's the only way to do it. Because it's, you know, we'll play a different kind of Warlock. We tasted the other stuff. Now we know how we want to be here. So we'll reset there. I think you only get a limited number of these, so it's okay. Now we do want to get to 75 strength. And there's some button that, like, you can do, like, blocks of them, but I always do the wrong one. And if you do that, then, you know, you spend all your points there, so we're just gonna not do that. It's either control or shift, right? But alright, and there's max block. Yeah, control is 5 at a time, and okay, well, now there's a warning there, but yeah, so we assign all those to vitality. And now we should be good there. Now it's time to build our creature from the ground up. Alright, so we go down this way. We've got to go all through here to get to Bind Demon. We definitely want Demonic Mastery. And you definitely need that passive there. Okay, so Eldritch, we don't need any of these anymore, right? Because we don't actually need... No, we do need Psychic Ward, so we got to take 2 points there, but we don't... And we need Warp. You know, we actually have to take most of these, but we don't have to take any of the hexes because they don't matter to us. This feels wrong. It feels like I just wasted this whole respec, but it's okay. No, it is definitely not Dark Souls. Did we waste this whole respec? Maybe. I think we might have saved like 1 or 2 points. That's still a lot of points. Game breaking mechanic. I think it's the game breaking mechanic so far is just that they give you access to too many tools like most classes wouldn't have. You get crowd control, you get a summon, you get like really good debilitating spells. It's just a really complete toolkit along with very good damage. But yeah, so do we get the shield? If we don't get the shield, do we have a lot more points? No, you got to get the shield. You have to get a shield. And we have to have Blade Warp because the ability to move is so good. Alright, so there's that. Now let's try to set up the tree and see what we can get. Alright, so we need Goatman Summon somewhere. Alright. No, not good. I think actually it'll have an application that's the best. So this thing, Bind Demon, force an injured demon to do your bidding. My friend is playing. Apparently, you can do this on basically anything. Like, not like Diablo, but yes, like the Smith of the Hellforge. Not Baal, but yes, Lister the Tormentor, the big mini boss before him. So you can get some of the scariest stuff in the whole game, and it'll follow you around. Now, the necromancer can do revives, but they were gated on time. And this is just, you get that demon, and as long as you keep it alive, anything that's not an act boss, I'm pretty sure. Including named super unique mini-bosses. So, we just got that, and we're about to go test it out. So I think that's where its niche is, right? He has really good crowd control and stuff, and then you have this summon where you can really all the eggs in a basket there. But I was really liking the Fire Wake, but we will see how Apocalypse works out. We're just going to hold on to these skill points for a second. Try to go pick up a cool thing. All right, so there's that. All right, let's continue on. Just making sure that we've got our stuff. All right, so we don't have any of these. We might still want to get them. The Hex only lasts 6 seconds, which is really annoying. But the ability to lower the enemy damage is very good. But I feel like we could just pump Firewake damage here and then... until they die, until you leave the game, I think. Yeah, so, like, Revive, I think, is, like, maybe 300 seconds. So a while, but, you know, you can get a bunch of Necromancer minions, but eventually they're going to go away. But, yeah, you get something really strong and then just stick with it. So that's what we're going to go and try and do right now. We are going to try to go and grab them. We need to... So this one, the Bind Demon will be off of the main thing because that'll be a rarer, and then the Summon Goatman where we can do anywhere right there. And we don't have like any ability to even hit with our sword anymore on our tree. That's all right. We don't need it. That's, I mean, like we can... Trying to see if we have any holes in the plan, right? Because maybe Blood Boil is the way to start doing it, but I don't, you know, I don't know. If you get enough points in it, it looks like it doesn't even really hurt the demon, but let's go. Oh, that is a big old apocalypse. And then... So we can sort of throw them together like so. The Abyss, the primary utility there is not that it's huge damage. It is that it does the damage to... fire immune things. So this is a very big damage level. All right, so let's all right, we're just gonna... Oh wait, no, that is the wrong ability. No? Alright, there, we got him. Alright, so there's a chance to get him, and now we got this dude, and he's with us. Alright, so that's how it works. Now let's go and find an even better one. Because, you know, this guy's fine, but he's just, you know, he's just a normal guy. So as we level the thing, it'll probably increase its damage, and then, you know, increase the chance to bind. But yeah, alright, so let's get to it. We've got a bunch of skill points there to figure out how to distribute here in a second. So we got our big old pentagram apocalypse thing going on. So you got a voice getting remade? Yeah, I saw that. You know, I didn't really play any of the games. You know, I played around a bit, you know, when one of my friends was like, here, take the controller, but I didn't have any. I think my brother might have some. But that's cool. I know a lot of people really like them. You know, Apocalypse doesn't do that much damage, but it's nice to be able to just, like, sink it down, right? And I think it lowers their fire resist. Probably not by a lot at the beginning, but, you know, every little bit helps. I think the fire wave is the one to go. And, you know, since just by doing this, I'm seeing, okay, that's how we're going to be able to spam anything, right? Because Apocalypse has a big wind up. What, like 2 whole seconds? 1.8, and I think that's built in. So we're going to take all of these points. And what just happened right there is now we're going to do 3 times as much damage with our fire wave. That's the choice. We became a fire wave build. As you see there, now 1 attack is melting most of these guys. And we'll still have our dude, but of course we could put a whole bunch of points in to, you know, making them have more resist or life, but we're going to be a fire mage now. And, you know, fire mage is good. And maybe we should have put, like, a point in a hex, but I just don't feel like we had enough skill places to put them on the controller. God of War, at least in Metroidvania, Cross and Deimos. And 3 Bandits Village, that's cool. You know, that place up to the left there very much looks like that would have brought us to the Hellforge. And if I can get Hephasto, then... I'm pretty sure we can, because my friend said that I can, that he was using them, and they wouldn't lie to me. Not about Diablo. And that'd be wrong. But I think this is not the Hellforge after all. That's alright. Act 4, humorously, has super good experience even, like, compared to Act 5, you know. It's, yeah, pentagram damage. It is very big damage, and it's a huge area of effect, right? It's just... It takes 1.8 seconds for the whole thing to go on, which you can't increase with casting. And, you know, like anything else that requires that big of a wind-up, you gotta have something else to go with, which is fine, you know. If it ends up being good, we will keep on doing it, and if it doesn't, then spending a point to figure out that it isn't is fine. Because it also reduces their resistance to fire 4 Apocalypse damage just for its damage, and it's only like 6% resist fire. That might need to be, you know, it might actually be pretty weak. I think it is. But it's okay. It's sort of like in the grand tradition of making level 30 talents too weak in this game. Most of the true heavy hitters are at 24. Or earlier. Which makes sense, too, because it's like, you know, the game is built fundamentally around the normal loop of getting to Diablo. Baal is an expansion. The game was built, you know, and they rebalanced it and stuff, but fundamentally, the game has to be, like, playable for characters as they progress. And then once you can get to Diablo, once you can kill Hephasto and stuff, then you can get a bunch of gear and do anything you want. But you got to be able to, you know, use the toolkits along the way to get to there. So, you know, the late skills, if they were the be-all, end-all, and then how are you going to get to the late skill, you know? And now it's Hephasto time. Oh, no, I'm going to kill him. No, no. We got him. Oh, my goodness. glorious day. You know, we might want to... Alright, so Demonic Mastery there. Max Demons 1. Wait, can I level that up enough to get more than one demon and I just don't know it because I haven't read? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yes, this is... And can we take him from act to act? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Alright. Good news. But now it's making me afraid how my skills are set up right. 'Cause, like, we would need Goatman to be spammable maybe, but if they're on the front page, then we run the very real risk of summoning the Goatman and then killing off the demon that we want to have, right? So I think we need to move Goatman away there. That way we won't accidentally chop our big demon, because that is 100% a thing that'll happen to you, right? You'll be playing a game like this, you know, you'll get like a necromancy thing, a revive that you really wanted, you know, and then you'll just like, oh, I hit it. Whoop, there's our one guy. But I am super pumped about this, because Hephasto is he's a big old chunk of a dude. Like, he's just gonna walk in and hit him in the face. Don't make me a liar, Hephasto. Hit him. He misses. He misses. Alright, there we go. Yeah, see? Sometimes he'll hit him. But it means we can definitely get Lister the Tormentor, which means killing Baal is going to be trivially easy. Alright, so we got to stay away from corpses here. This is the necromancer, and he does have corpse explosion. See right there? I would have accidentally done the thing and gotten rid of him. Oh, you're trying to run away? Oh, you better teleport away. Oh, no. And then we're going to come in with the steel chair. Boom, baby. He doesn't drop anything good. That's only true in normal. He does eventually drop something good, potentially. He is a run that you actually do specifically to get these things. Baal with 2 A's, like the mythical Mesopotamian deity. Well, not mythical, I mean, there once was a worship of Baal that was quite sincere in the Levant in the Middle East, but, you know, that was long ago. But he is the Lord of Destruction that the previous expansion was named for. This one's called Reign of the Warlock, which is named for the character. It's pretty funny. Because, you know, the other one was named for a primeval, and this one's named for your character. They're like, people will know what we're giving them. They want to talk about this, trust me. But with this, you know, hopefully we can get through the Ancients with this setup. You know, we've got damage. This is like, if worst comes to worst, we'll just go into this shared page in the stash and, you know, become incredibly wealthy. But we're trying to do self-found. and the other primeval is Hephasto, which is reminiscent of Mephistopheles, another name for like the Christian devil. But like if you know the story of Faust, that would be like the name of the demonic figure in Faust, and that's the deal with the devil. That's the famous sort of turn of phrase. That's where that is. Now we enter the glacial trail. We're trying to find the ancient's way from here. Oh my goodness, look how strong I am. One shot melt. And this is how, like, if you actually build your character properly, this is how it can look. You find out, like, hey, I'm going to be a firewall warlock. I'm always making this mistake. Crystalline passage is the wrong way. We want the ancient's way. Wow, we're so pumped. And the thing is, too, is if we put on some of those items that you saw in the shared stash, we would do, twice as much damage as we're doing right now. And just be, like, in all ways better to do it. Like, the difference in Diablo in Drifter Cavern, we don't need to go there. Let's go there. In a geared character and a not geared character, at the very, very beginning, is absolutely bonkers. And later on is still quite crazy. But, like, when you take, like, a level 9 character with perfect gear, which most people wouldn't even bother getting, just like vaguely good set gear is all most people with a bunch of stuff would bother doing. But it's you like a level 9 character with perfect designed low level dueling gear could probably kill, like, I don't know, 10,000 regular characters that didn't have that gear. Like they're not even in the weight class of a regular character at all. But at level 25, you're merely, 3 or 4 times as strong. Thought Baal was pronounced like how hair is pronounced in Hindi. Baal is, Baal is how I would say it. I don't know how hair is pronounced, but yeah, Baal is the way that we would say it. Which, it's a word that shows up, like, somewhat rarely, like, in sort of, like, what you would think of as, like, a historical Christian context. And, like, Baal would be, like, one of the names of the ancient gods that, is condemned. Like, these are the idolatrous worshippers in the Levant and the Middle East, like how you would think of it as happening in, like 800 BC, like, that would be the name of one of those guys, one of those figures. Which, for varying degrees of accuracy. Like the Christian tradition via the Jewish tradition, because of Babylon being the Babylonian captivity and stuff that happened in, like, 600, symbolically the pagan gods of Babylon take on a lot, like, sort of a very much larger aspect in sort of, contempt and symbolic hatred than they otherwise might not, right? Because it makes sense, Babylon was who they fell to, so it's the gods of Babylon that they're, symbolically cursing and being, like, this is the horned guy, and all of that. But really, if they'd been taken captive by the Vikings, I bet they would have talked a different kind of trash. yeah. So like, because the understanding of the past, right, is done through lenses, which I don't have to explain to anyone, but it's important to start off before you start making broad generalizations to be like, all broad generalizations are based on generalizations themselves. So a ton of the way that like people around where I live understand the history of the Levant is through the lens specifically of, you know, what they understand of the Old Testament. So like the sort of any deeper understanding based in archaeology of, you know, what was going on specifically in modern day Syria in the year like 1200, they don't really care about that stuff, right? Like in their head, they know what happened because it's written down in this book. But without being rude, sometimes a book written in the past isn't 100% accurate about what happened in the past. Just like a book in the present isn't going to be accurate about the present, there's no way to be divorced of that. Of course, depending on the specific book we're talking about, people can get really, really, really mad when you point out that nothing is going to line up with reality 100%. I mean, really so mad. Not that it matters. You know, what are you going to do? It doesn't make them right just because they don't like what you hear. Ooh, a soul rune. That's very nice. So we take these, like, sort of, you know, I call them pagan deities just as like a shorthand, but these, you know, Bronze Age deities, and a huge amount of what we know about them is just through the lens of their enemies, right? Which is true of so much of history, and you can think of many examples on your own, I'm sure, you know, of the story of a place being told by X or Y person based on X or Y conquest, you know, and without getting too dark and bleak about it, often there's only one side left alive to tell the story, depending on what years you're talking about, right? Or there's vanishingly little left of a people or a nation after whoever got their hands on it. So you basically only have one storyteller. You know, if you want to see something written down that happened in 1400s in England, you know, there's only a few kinds of sources you can get, you know. So what are they going to tell you about the way that people that weren't religiously conforming in that time period? Well, the monks are going to have one specific kind of opinion about it, aren't they? And you can't really expect anything else. You know, and how, and the real question, right, is how much can you trust a people when they are describing their enemies? The gods of their enemies, the beliefs of their enemies, the values or lack thereof of their enemies. Sometimes people can be quite clear-eyed about it, and sometimes your foe is cartoon bad, but most of the time people are more complicated than all of that. And even if there's one side that's clearly right and clearly wrong, that doesn't mean everything that's written about it is going to be accurate, right? Even from the point of view of the people that were, you know, being aggrieved. The example I like to use all the time, because I like the Mongolians in history and stuff, it's like the stories people tell about the Mongolian conquest could not possibly be true from both sides of it. But some of them are just like, they're very strange because they go against like Mongolian cultural ways. They'll be like, the Mongolians executed these people in X or Y of a way, and it's like not how they did stuff. So like, how does that story happen? Well, it happens because the people telling the story have a horror culturally of a specific kind of execution, right? So they're like, they did this thing that we hate. But really, like, Mongolians didn't like blood, so, you know, like, they'd be much more likely to, like, roll somebody up in a carpet and kick them a lot. 100% how they did things. But they're not going to, like, cut off people's heads. They didn't even like killing people with swords. Like, that was not their way, you know? They very much preferred to be far from human blood all the time. And so when you hear a story that's, like, not Mongolians hating blood, like, that is their whole thing. They, like, back in the day, but it's not horrifying to have these people that took over your country and laid waste to everything and burned and reaved and pillaged and caused all sorts of horror and terror to be like, oh yeah, no, they're very squeamish about human blood. They wouldn't be around it, you know? So the stories you tell don't include that part. And then archaeology, primary sources from this stuff, you know, and then, you know, actual cultural knowledge of the people, and you're like, oh, these stories don't make sense. Yeah, they definitely killed everybody, but not like that. They wouldn't do that, you know? And that's history, you know? Even very evil people often behave in a different manner than their enemies perceive them from doing. And that's the thing too, is everyone that's involved in an immoral system has some amount of knowledge. Like, this is just what I believe about people, right? Like, I don't think that anyone is entirely ignorant. Like, when they're doing things that are bad, I feel like everybody knows, like, you know, somehow. I can't prove it, and it's a naive thing, but, you know, I feel like people know what they're doing is wrong when they're doing it, and because they want to keep doing it because of the reward system, they have to find a way to lie to themselves to make it where they're not wrong. And that's where these stories come in, right? The heart of propaganda is that it convinces people such that they can then do things they would not ordinarily do. Like, give away more of their tax money to the government. Like, send their sons away to war to die. And even if the causes that you're talking about are important, you need stories, right? You need emotional beats that people can tell themselves so that when the worst happens and they have to say goodbye to their family because of what your politics are doing, they'll be able to say, our enemy was so evil that we had to do it. This is super important, and why you see constant messaging about the necessity of a conflict while it's going on, right? Because if you lose those emotional stories that are culturally mediated, if you just say, you know, really, this is about the political power and kind of whoever's in charge really wants to keep on doing it and everything, you know, you have to understand. Well, that's a very unappealing story, right? Even if dollars to donuts, it's probably what's going on a lot of the time. Because evil people are almost always self-interested, right? It's very rarely evil for its own sake. It's almost always, you know, for something else, which is never more present than when we're in Diablo. See, we're not talking about current events here. We're talking about Diablo, because these primevals are shaping and twisting the whole world, you know, for their own thing. They don't care. They're motivated by their desire for destruction and terror and pain. But all the demons that work for them are like, yeah, party. We're gonna be strong. We're gonna work it out. Like, just thought Romans used blood magic. A wonderful example, right? So Romans didn't do, human sacrifice. There are a couple of times in Roman history when it happened, and they were considered deeply shameful. To a rule, they hate the very idea of it, right? So if you have a cultural story about Romans doing a blood sacrifice, like, no, they didn't. Are you talking about, like, Stilicho? Because, like, no, they didn't, unless it's, like, very specific things. So, but the Vikings did. The Vikings broadly, we mean, I know the people we're talking about, when we say that, but, in a I've read a book kind of way, obviously, the Vikings didn't exist, but they did do human sacrifice. So to them, it would make sense that these sacrifices did what they thought they did, and that were the source of power. But what if the Romans had lost entirely, right? And the only thing that we had of the Romans, all the artifacts were lost somehow, was the Viking story of it. Well, then we would have the story of an empire that used blood magic to make their swords better. And that would be the only story we had. And that's kind of what we've got about Baal, right? We don't have the stories of the men and women who lived normal lives and believed in Baal and worshipped at the temples or whatever, and in Babylon, in Sumeria, or the Baal analogs of the world, like the maligned pagan deities of the past that were subsumed into modern belief systems, or slain, or outcompeted, or whatever. We don't have, like, the records of what those belief systems meant to the people that lived inside of them. We have what people that hated those belief systems said about them. That's it. And I think that's very sad. But also, like, an interesting thing, and always something to remember, when people are trying to tell you about their enemies. When people are trying to tell you about the people who used to live on the land they live on, and how bad they are. I live in a state called Arkansas. Arkansas is part of the United States. We bought it from France. But there were people that lived here before we bought it from France, and they didn't get paid. And their perspectives are not really a part of anybody's life that lives here. They've been destroyed. The most they get is a little entry at a museum, remembered by the people that killed them. And that's the way of the world, right? And whenever they were being displaced in the first place, people made any amount of excuses about it. Of course they did. How do you buy a state? Arkansas was part of the Louisiana Purchase, which was negotiated between Thomas Jefferson and the government of France. And we gave them some money, and then we got a whole bunch of land in America, sea to shining sea, that had a lot of people living on it who, again, didn't get any money for it. And that was the largest land acquisition in American history. This happened very early 1800s. Alaska was bought from Russia. This was much, much later in American history. That would have been like in the 1900s, more than 100 years later, after what's called the Louisiana Purchase. It was the Louisiana Territory. Louisiana was the best part of it, but it actually stretches the huge part of the United States from the Mississippi. I don't know like the exact land portion, but something like half of it. But there were a couple of other times that we bought some land. We, America, not like me. Off of people Most of those were more coercive, though, right? By which I mean, well, a concept very familiar around the world where we started a war with Mexico and then paid them some money for some land as a way to settle things. But, you know, there were a couple of those wars. One ended in my favorite treaty, the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. But yeah, so basically, you know, America wanted a little more land on the border, and we would start some stuff and then blame them for it. I should be clear that the American government always blamed Mexico for starting it. Sure, sure. But anyway, so that, you know, like some of like New Mexico and Arizona and all that, and there were a series of wars, but like we bought the land afterward from them. But like Alaska, we just straight bought that, and the same thing with the Louisiana Purchase. They were just negotiated sales of land from state to state, which theoretically could happen today, but rarely ever do. People prefer to steal rather than buy. They sure do. How did you just give a land for a bit of money? Well, I mean, it's easy. You got to remember that they, you know, France sold it, but France is France. Like, fundamentally, to Napoleon, getting rid of this land over here on the other side of the world for some money wasn't like getting rid of France. That was just some stuff they had, you know. Alaska's not part of Russia. It's over on the other side of some water, and they really needed the money. But when governments need money, they'll do all sorts of stuff. Because, like, when the Louisiana Purchase happened, like, France was fighting everyone in Europe. When I say everyone, I mean everyone in Europe they were fighting. They had to get some cash. And Russia was having serious political issues in the early 1900s that necessitated them getting some money. Yeah, exactly. So, like, from France's perspective, you know, not least that it's not really a part of them when they're selling Louisiana Purchase, but, you know, like, the land was a fait accompli. You know, they already got it. Maybe they weren't making that much tax revenue off of it, right? They didn't have a whole lot of, like, internal French colonies, just really New Orleans, right? And they had, like, the French people that were through the French possessions in North America. It wasn't like settler colonialism like the American colonies were with more of the English thing, right? It was like economic adventurism, a lot of fur trapping and stuff like that. You know, traders that would go to indigenous tribes and try to, you know, get a lot of furs for European markets. That was like the core of the French possession. So, of course, that's the exact kind of thing that's really hard to extract value from, because how does the government really know how much money you're getting, right? So for them to just say, hey, these freelance guys are here, because, again, like, not a lot of major cities, just really New Orleans. So that was why it was sort of a better deal there. Even profitable to get resources to Alaska. Well... Water is the cheapest way to send freight in the world, and that is like the economy that makes it work, right? You know, sending stuff over a ship is absolutely better than a train, which is absolutely better, you know, than a semi truck, which is better than carrying it yourself, and basically about as better. But yeah, things in Alaska are very expensive, though. Far more expensive than in the rest of the country, except for maybe like Hawaii, which is the same issue. But you're exactly right. The increased logistic costs, and there's few people that live in Alaska relatively. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but probably like about the same amount as live in my state, maybe a bit less. So like, I mean, not like 3 million, certainly less than that. Probably more like 1. Maybe just like 600K. You know, I should look it up. 740K. Yeah. You know, so the economies of scale aren't really there for like trying to push out a lot of stuff and like make a margin, you know, because what you can make in all of Alaska, you know, you could make if you were just like trying to target one medium-sized American city. So all the extra stuff you would have to do, I mean, it wouldn't really be worth it, you know. So that's why they have to pay so much more. It's, you know, you got to jump through a bunch of extra hoops, and Alaska's not like a wealthy area typically anyway, too. You know, you wouldn't, not like any specific state is like a wealthy state, but, you know, you have poorer ones. But they have, like, you know, they do all right. So Alaska has a bunch of, like, oil and gas reserves and stuff, and they are actually, I think, the only American state with a dividend. So if you're, like, an Alaskan citizen, every year they give you, you know, your chunk. They give you your cut, which I think is like a few $1,000s. You know, it's not nothing. It's not like $20. So each Alaskan citizen, even though everything costs more there, you know, the government gives you a cut. You know, they're taking the oil out of Alaska and you get more, which they don't do that everywhere in America. And like I said, I don't think they do it anywhere else. In Texas, they're like, we took the oil out of the ground and you get nothing. But yeah, no, a lot of places in America have very few people. Oh. There are 3 million people in Arkansas, yeah, so, you know, we have 4 times as many people as that, but yeah. It's, here's 35 million. Yeah, exactly. If you look at like a map of the population density of the United States, it's like a whole huge swath in the middle. It's basically like there's no one living there. Oh yeah. It's you know, it's always a complicated thing. Of course, we didn't get this point yet. We're gonna keep on looking for it because yeah, there's plenty of space for development, but who wants to live there? Because poor people want to live where it's cheap, but they need to have a job. But rich people want to live where there's a bunch of cool stuff. And those two things don't usually align, right? Yeah, they built Las Vegas in the middle of a desert. But yeah, like 35 million, I feel like that's like as many people as live in like New York State. So like your small state there, your little sliver is basically the population size of one of America's largest states. Like most politically influential or largest states, like, you know, economic and population wise. Because California only has like, I don't know, like 50 million or something like that. Only. Only. We totally did get that checkpoint, didn't we? Yep, well. Yeah, well, the thing with Vegas is that they built it for the mob, right? And, no, I'm not, in my opinion, gambling's not a very reputable thing to do for money, so you shouldn't be surprised if it turns out a bunch of criminals are related with gambling. You just shouldn't be surprised. If you are surprised, please stop being surprised. Not that it's... I don't mean to make excuses. It's bad, you know, but just don't be surprised when your gambling city ends up being a haven of criminality. It's like, wow, who could have anticipated it? All right, time for the ancients. Uttar Pradesh has 240 million. Yep. Yeah, which is almost as many people as the entirety of my country, right? Because I think America, like, I think we got like 310 million. Yeah. All right. Helik the Defender, Madok the Guardian, Korlik the Protector. We're gonna get some... Do we need more potions than this? We might need a lot of potions. So the Ancients, you can't leave, right? You gotta... My friend reminded me that the duration stacks. We're just gonna buy... even more. And if this is overkill, that's fine. You can't leave. Let's go. We get trucked on there. All right, we've almost got Madok now. Oh yeah, we're doing great. All right. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness, look how strong I am. We didn't need to be prepared. Look at this. All right. Fuzzle's about to die. No, Fuzzle! You have so much to live for. We should have apocalypsed. All right, it's all right. We got it. Boom. We have way too many potions. That's okay. You do have to be prepared. Because, like, it's not like the end of the world if you die here. You know, we're not on hardcore. But this is nice because now I'm seeing that a hardcore Warlock is 100% possible. Because with this Bind Demon, this is so good. Because Hephasto has a truckload of hit points. He barely got dunked on by the Ancients. He was still at like a third hit. Like, that's so good. You get a level for beating the Ancients, of course. We're still at max block. Good. And then we can... there... You know, maybe if you get enough demonic mastery points, you can get more max demons. But I should just look that up rather than saying maybe. Alright, so... I don't think we need to level up Bind Demon there. Do we want to give him... Okay, so maybe... Okay, this is a lot of extra life. I think we will take some points here, because 40% more life, again, 35... Yeah, like, we'll just give him some points there. We're doing some good damage and making our big old beefy guy even bigger and even beefier. Very good. You cannot bind them, for they are the Ancients. This only works on demons, which is a class of creature, which is something like 80% of the game. But you know, if it's like undead, I don't think you can bind it there. And the Ancients are statues that come to life and they turn back into a statue. They don't have bodies, but no, you wouldn't be able to bind them. A chance to, all that happens is you cast it and nothing happens, so you just have to cast it several times. Which, you know, they don't have to be, like, super weak. It's not like a Pokeball. But yeah, I did make my name Torque. But we already had Tarkin and Tarquinius already taken in my list, and almost all of my normal names were taken. And the Warlock has to be a dude, so all of my other names that I would use are, like, girl names, because those are my normal characters that I make. So I got more of them on deck. But, alright, well, we'll just... keep on going. I'm like, no, we forgot to res our dude. Poor Fuzzle. But it's, you know, the chance to bind success is high enough to where the failure chance doesn't even really matter. I mean, like 15% chance, okay, you cast it 7 or 8 or maybe 10 times, and then your probability is going to work out. But this is such a cool character. Because you could do the weapon centric with demon, or the cast centric with demon, or lean 100% on demon and then just do the AoE off of the demon. And I feel like There's that, and then there's the miasma builds. I feel like there's at least like 3 or 4 distinct, very solid builds here. Because the level 1 Flame Nova has knockback, which just lets everything be basically viable. You get your level 1 slow. Oh, man. Cast a lot of spells to Lux out of the equation. Exactly. And the thing is, too, is because you can cast it on these super strong guys, you know, if you just have somebody tanking them, it doesn't matter that you're casting it a few times, like, because when it works, you don't have to kill them anymore. You know, you're done. But our, oh yeah. Even without all of my special gear, and I'm, once again, so happy that I elected to play this straight rather than taking my wealth and giving myself a bunch of cool stuff, because, you know, we didn't need to. Sure, we cheesed Duriel with 50 deaths. It's not cheese, right? It's not cheese to lose to a boss 50 times and beat them. It's just stupid. It just makes you look like a noob. No, if you do that, that's fine. When I do it, it makes me look like a noob. World Stone, we're definitely going to want World Stone 2. A couple of Baal kills might be on the menu, and I think we're going to have just an easy time of it. Although, you know, going to get Hephasto first would be annoying, but if we can just, you know, get to anywhere, you know, we can bind a demon, bind a better one. We already got to 3. Okay, Malefortuna. They did not make old textures for the Warlock, and in fact, now if you're on like Warlock mode, your characters, because you can choose to make them in the old way, you can't see the old graphics with a click anymore, which a small price to pay. Ooh, level up, nice. Don't mind if I do. What? What? Oh, it only lasts 40 seconds. Never mind. I'm no longer impressed. It's like, level 19 Holy Fire Aura. That's the best! And then 40 seconds. Okay, now I don't care. Yeah, well, I think a lot of it was just that, I mean, I guess it would have been a whole lot of extra work to make the old one work, the old engine, because the old stuff is like, the game is skinned over the old game, but putting new stuff into the old game might have been like a bigger ask than we're thinking, you know? Like, I'm not a computer guy, but, you know, it might have actually been really, really hard to make new stuff into that. Because, again, like, it's not like they put the old textures on top of the game. This is a new texture on top of the old game. And so putting the new textures in, like, into it on the side might have been easier than trying to figure out how to generate old textures that fit in the old game properly. You know, maybe none of those guys work there anymore. You know, maybe the exact programs they use, you know, like, I don't know anything, but, you know, maybe it would have been really hard to make it look right. Now, I wasn't worried about stacking it. I was just thinking, like, maybe you sacrifice it and then you just have that active, you know, like, till you die. Yeah, I think it's probably more of a... more of a niche thing, and maybe there would be specific times where you get specific bonuses that would be really good, you know, like, but 40 seconds for that, it's just, he's a Hephasto of the Armor. He has a holy, oh my god, get out of here. my man has leveled up and got a Holy Freeze aura. It's like... Holy Freeze is super good. We're going to have all of our enemies at a crawl. Holy Freeze is just what it sounds like, but it's a class of cold damage separate from normal cold damage. Which, so it slows them in addition to other types of slow. So this is... And then we've got our other slow, and our Merc has slow attack. This is shaping up to be one of the coolest characters I've ever made. I mean, what is not to like? That's why yeah, well, so we have this unique weapon which isn't that strong, but it slows the target by 25%, and that's what our mercenary is using. And then the little circle that we put on the ground, oh, if you sit still too long, Baal hits you from with a steel chair, reduces their attack speed by 50% just on the first thing. And then, also, like, makes them a little weaker and stuff. But, so that's like a 75% slow right there. And then with Holy Freeze, yeah. And then if we can get, like, cold damage too, like, we're going to have them absolutely crawling. This is bonkers. Of course, when we go to the next difficulty, we won't be able to get Hephasto. We're going to have to find some other thing. But that's, like... How fun. Oh, man, we can get, like, a lightning enchant. We could get Rakanishu. Oh, dude. How am I ever going to play another game again? I'm just kidding. I got other stuff to do with my life. But this is a blast. Rakanishu is a little blue demon dude in the early game. He is extra fast, lightning enchanted, and extra strong. He always has these qualities. And he's just a real menace. And when you hit a lightning enchanted thing, they shoot charge bolts everywhere. And when you're extra strong, the charge bolts are stronger. So, And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. And we got huge damage. Skill Shrine. Just in time to go to the throne. You always want to throw a portal down just because running back's a little annoying, and you could die. Of all the places in the world that are dangerous, this is the last. But I am totally not worried about this fight at all. That doesn't mean we won't, like, die to something. Absolutely could still die. But, like, whereas, like, before Hephasto and Diablo, I didn't know if we were going to have the damage or be able to make it work. And the Diablo fight was actually, like, a bit of a triumph, But this is going to be fine. We're just going to roll over our boy Baal here. How many can we bind him fully upgraded? I don't know. It might just be one. I'll need to look it up. When it said max 1, it doesn't mean that more levels will necessarily level it up more. But I didn't look at, like, any of the stuff before I bought it. I just bought it. So Baal summons minion waves here. And then, there's a series of them. They're very good experience. The last guy's called Lister the Tormentor. And I was going to try to bind him, but I think we'll just stick with Hephasto. Alright, we need to go back, though. So this poison will last for like 1 billion years and will absolutely... So poison won't kill you, but it will take your guys down to nothing, and then you'll pop. So you get hit from it, you just gotta pop on out. No biggie, but it lasts forever. It must do like 1,000 damage. And then we got council members here. You know, you get representatives from each of the things. Bartik the Bloody already torched. And you see, so there, we saw our merc get melted. And this demon, Hephasto, my beloved, is sitting there with a chip out of his life. Just the least amount of damage done to my man. Let me just Google real quick. Oh yeah, it's not always... Okay, every 10 levels of mastery. Fanaticism aura is a paladin aura. I was like, I don't even remember. Hephasto can have different auras. Right now he has Holy Freeze. Like each world he'll have a different one. Fanaticism is like attack rating, damage, and attack speed. So it's real good. I would rather have Holy Freeze for this build there. But yeah, so 10 levels in demonic mastery gets you one extra demon. It's probably worth it for super uniques. And when you were saying it's overpowered, yes. Binding these super uniques is overpowered, and this is what I expect to get patched eventually. However, maybe they'll just let us keep doing it because it's fun. So 10 levels, so you could get 3 with... No, you could get 2. You start with 1, so at level 20 you get 3. And I don't know if plus to skills of 10 more. You could maybe get like 4 or 5. You can get a ton of plus to skills. My dude, for sure. Yeah, because this Hephasto is super strong, and you know, because he's like, you know, a mini boss, and for us to be able to get him with additional life, you know, because he's just gonna sit there in these Venom Lords and tank it, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. And we just slow him down. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is amazing. And you totally could just do the summon thing, but I like summon plus chaos. I think we have happened upon our build, Lister the Tormentor. So these guys are like these are the only place in the game you find these minions is right here before Baal. And they are the biggest and the strongest and the baddest. And that means I'm gonna, you know, why don't we? I'm gonna try to get Lister. Yep. And we did. Alright, yeah. So, goodbye, Hephasto. Lister the Tormentor is our new best friend. Because he can probably just solo Baal. Because, again, you saw how much damage we just did to him, and he was still alive. So, now he has twice that much damage. Still a max block. So, basically, this is... They shouldn't let you do this, but they do. So, I'm going to keep on being cheerful about it. This is fun. Do we give him more life, or do we try to get stronger? Do we try to get more demons? I think we just pump Flame Wave, because we gotta help, right? We gotta be the assisting folk. All right, let's go to it. Baal, your time has come. Where you at, buddy? There we go. Oh, yeah. Absolutely trucking. You know, I think with the Holy Freeze would be better, but look how slow he's going, right? And that is everything coming together. Every beautiful ability, the whole toolkit just doing work. And this is, you know, because Baal is actually a pretty scary dude, but we are treating him like a chump here. Because, you know, if he can only do an attack every, you know, many seconds. The Demons Removers? Yeah, they're crazy strong too. That's like a special thing. Ubers are like, you know, they're a special part of the game. I wouldn't even, like, whenever I think of the game. Ooh! Chances! Chance cards give you Magic Find and a bunch of other stuff, and they're just better than what we have. The Full Helm, this is the shadowy one, right? I mean, it's like technically something. He's like, I'm impressed, mortal. You're the greatest. And I'm like, I know. But, man, oh man, this is good stuff. And you know, and if we were in trouble, we could just... So this thing here, this gives meditation aura. You can put it on your merc. And if we did that, then we would basically have infinite mana. This is a thing that would give us faster casting and like plus to all skills, you know, which we could wear. This is another thing for that. This is another thing for all skills. This is a thing for run and walk. This is a thing for a ton of mana. You know, like we've got access to stuff, but we're just doing what we found ourselves for now. Until if I hit a wall, but I don't perceive that wall hitting will be a problem. Of course, the very beginning of Nightmare might be an issue because there might be some fire immunes that we'll have some issues with, but we'll deal with it. Yeah, Dusk Deep, that's the name of the helm. Do we take it over this one? It gives us a lower light radius, which is pretty annoying, and it gives us stats that we don't care about. Griswold's Edge is... do we care about having access to a knockback sword? No, we do not. Alright, well... time to join the nightmare. Does look like a Garchomp. And now we will be Slayer Torque. We have been awarded the rank. Alright, time for Nightmare. No, what? No. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This is... So, Thomas, this game is not supposed to bring this demon with me when I go. Like, that's not how the game works. Okay? I can't believe... This is amazing. This is amazing. I can't believe it. I just upped the difficulty, started a new game, and I kept the demon... That crazy strong demon that we bound at the last one, he's still with us. Normally, the mercenary stays with you. You start a new world, you're like a necromancer, say, and you have all your skeletons, you got your golem, you got all stuff. That all goes away, you got to get them again. I can't... It just... I guess the game does that now. Anyway. Good. Time to party! Do you have a soul? You know, why don't we make one of those? I'm like, we're not going to use the one in here. Or soul for lore, yeah. I will use one of my helms that I have laying around for sockets. Oh, I don't have one? Don't have a 2-socket helm for lore. Well, I'm like, I could just take that one. You know, we're just going to take that one. We'll pretend we made it. I found the runes in this game for it, so, you know, it's fine. Sort of self-found. Look, we never labeled it that, so it's fine. You can't judge me because I'm not judging me, you know. Only no one can judge me. Another skill there. Lightning resist will be nice. And, yeah, just keep on rolling. Well, I mean, by that rationale, I mean, yeah, let's just grab a spirit, right? Because we already got the Talthol Ord Am. Because we got an Am rune earlier. And some of this is from my other stuff, but, you know, the Tal and all that. So, yeah, let's just spirit it up. We're not going to take the other gear, but, you know, let's just spirit it up. Which one of these is better? 1% on the breakpoint. All right, good. All right. Rollin' out. Now we're strong. And you might be like, is it in the spirit to do this? It is, and I'll tell you why. Because I already have, like, 4 spirits made, and I don't need to make another one. Yeah, exactly. I just like, oh, I've just loaded in. Hey, Brock, are you weak to Articuno? Pyaw! Hilarious. Right, yeah, so... Good, good, good. Because taking the pre-made rune words, I feel like, is totally fine when I have the runes. I mean, I'm not going to, like, make an enigma for them. I'll just use my pre-existing enigma. All right. Entering the Bloodmoor. And we are plenty strong. And Lister's having a party. I can't... Because 3 demons that I stick... Like, if we just get Hephasto and Lister, like... First of all, now... I just want to play hardcore Warlock. I bet it would be fun. And maybe the easiest hardcore character. And you get an absolute zound of experience, of course. We're just going to keep on pumping Fire Wave. Everything else can wait. Because as long as it's doing damage, we're fine. The summon, like, sticking in there, doing the work, that's great. But, you know, being able to kill stuff ourselves, that's even better. Could Hephasto fight Hephasto? Yep, no reason not. I do expect them to patch out the super uniques, but maybe not, because it's fun. And what does anybody care? Like, oh, you're making it too easy to be awesome? So what? So what? I mean, you might be able to get, like a couple Hephastos, like, with a couple different auras, right? You have your Holy Freeze Hephasto, your Fanaticism Hephasto, and then your Lister the Tormentor. Oh god, that would be so awesome. But Nightmare is, of course, exactly the same as normal, only harder. And you have lower resists. And, you know, all your enemies are stronger. So it's exactly the same. we're just going to run into the cold plains because the waypoint's always there. Exactly. And then you show up to fight Hephasto again with 3 Hephastos in front of him, and he's just like, you know what, I don't think I want to be a smith anymore. I think all of the fumes from the bellows are affecting my head. I could have sworn that I just swung a hammer at me. He's like, am I going to join up? I'm like, no, max of 3. Sorry, buddy. We are so strong. But this is like my ideal, right? We've got to summon, because, you know, what makes the sorceress suffer? That the mercenary dies sometimes. But with Lister, who's probably going to level up alongside us for the rest of the game, he might be normal Lister, the Tormentor, though. But what if they made him like a Nightmare one? I don't know. We'll figure it out. But, you know, we'll just run along with him. I don't expect anything to kill him. Because he has a lot of hit points. Like, a lot of them. And enemies are built to do, like, you amount of hit points, not enemy amount of hit points. 2-socket partisan, trash. Like, 4 or 5. 2, meh. Hell difficulty. So what happens with the difficulties is you get lower resistance on Nightmare. I think it's 40. Yeah, negative 40, and then it's negative 100 on Hell. But you can, you know, build up past that. Unique spawns, so like a magic unit, you know, like a shaman that's special in his little guys. In normal, they have 1 mod, you know, so they might be fire enchanted, and then they get another mod. So they'll have 2 in Nightmare and then 3 in Hell. So they might be, you know, extra fast, extra strong, lightning enchanted, where any one of those 3 is pretty bad, but all 3 together is highly lethal. You know, stuff like that. And they're like a different class. So they have more hit points, do more damage, and all of that. And then also, like, they have that. And then in later Nightmare, and especially in Hell, basically everything they have higher resistances, and then later on, they'll have immunity. So in Hell, a lot of stuff will be just straight up immune to fire. So I will have to find different ways of dealing with them. Of course, also, like, you just don't engage a pack. That's a way of dealing with them. There are lots of builds and lots of packs that'll just, like, roll some stuff where it's like, oh, I can't fight them. Like, your character just can't, so you just gotta run away. But that's what Hell is built around. And some will have, like, multiple immunities. So you'll be running around and you're like a fire frost sorceress, and then you run into a fire immune, cold immune. Well, you're a sorceress. What do? Well, you get your mercenary to stab them, or you leave. $23 cold resist, 10 gold for monsters. The cold resist is fine. It doesn't matter, though. Gotta explore with elements. Yeah, and that's the thing. So, elements are dangerous in different proportions. Fire elementals, there's lots of fire spells. They tend to be like AoE, stays on the ground afterward, they'll hit you. But usually you sort of, or they'll be like fireballs. But, you know, you'll see them and you can react. Cold spells are somewhat rarer in the game, and you tend to be able to see them happen a little earlier, right? So cold resist can in a lot of ways be less important. Lightning spells are very, very fast visibly on the screen, right? They don't take very many frames to get across. And lightning enchanted stuff, like, there's these bugs that do it, and they'll just, like, permeate a bunch of little, like, randomly shooting lightning bolts when you hit them. So lightning resist is super important because it's the least avoidable of them. poison, a bunch of resist is good, but most of the time, most things aren't problems for poison, and you can just, like, kind of go to town and heal it. There's only a few places in the game where you're like, okay, I've got to get rid of this poison right now. But they force you to be ready for them, and, of course, the higher amounts of mods on your enemies make it so there's more of those elements that you're going to run into. So fire enchanted, like, guys, they do a little fire social when they die, and they do fire damage on the attack. Not a ton. It's really more like spells you worry about there. But lightning enchanted is miserable. Yeah! String of ears! So I have to identify it, but I already know what it is. Let's see how much physical damage reduction we get. It can be between 10 to 15, and we get a 12. Decent. Decent roll on the string. This is the old Demon Hide Staff. So, physical damage reduction is a stat that's quite hard to get in the game, and that's pure, if they hit you, you don't take this X amount of damage. Defense is like their chance to hit you, which is much harder to mediate. String is a very solid item. Magic damage reduced by a flat 15 can be pretty good too, because a lot of stuff, you know, they want to do small chunks of damage. So string is a nice little tanky item to get. Yeah, it's 10 to 15, the range for the PDR on it. Is my shield broken? My shield is broken. The game doesn't tell you that. I just know. No, everybody knows string of ears. Oh, I don't... The other belt was giving me strength points so I could wear this. Well... Alright, so we can't equip... You know, I wasn't thinking that those stat points were going to be part of our thing here. You know, we'll just put on this other shield for a little while. And build back up to 75 strength over the course of a couple of things. Ah, that's funny. Because we probably had some on the weapon, too, and didn't realize it. But, you know, whatever. And the gloves, well, you know. But most items in Diablo 2 have wide ranges. So, like, for the string, it'll have all sorts of ranges. That enhanced defense, I don't remember. It's probably like 150% to 200%. So a truly perfect item where every roll is perfect is like really cool. And if it's like a very desirable item and every roll is perfect, then it's very valuable. But almost everything, you know, like if it's a good thing, it's got one thing that matters the most, right? Like, so the spirit, the rune word, I think it's 25 to 35 fast cast. This is a 31, which is, you know, fine. But, you know, so, and then there's also a vitality amount, a magic absorb amount, a mana amount, and those are all variable. So a truly perfect spirit would be rarer, but what you care about is a perfect fast cast on your spirit. And if you have that, then you just say, okay, good enough. But often, you know, that's fine. But, like, so... Like, as a player, what I do, if I get a perfect item, I sell it to somebody else. And then I buy an item that's worse for, like, 1/10 of the cost of the same item, but, you know, that's less desirable. You know, I think Hephasto is better than Lister, but, you know, I'm not sorry. Lister's still a total champ. It has 1 billion hit points. He's probably got, like, Not that many, I'm just joking. But he probably has like 4 times as many hit points as Hephasto does, just by virtue of his position. Like, Lister's got a truckload of them, and, you know, so Hephasto's like a tanky boy, and our skill makes him even tankier, but I was confident that Baal wouldn't do much but tickle Lister, and indeed he did. We probably could have just not even debuffed Baal. Lister might be able to take him into head-to-head, for all I know. He hits super hard. And being our friend gives him the extra hit points and extra resistances, which would even make his matchup even better. No, you cannot bind the primevals. I asked my friend. I was like, so can you get Diablo? He's like, no, sadly. Maybe they'll put in an item eventually where you can, and that'll really upset everyone. No, look, if they ever take this ability away, I'm just going to crack the game somehow and continue on with my amazing, like, 'cause this is so cool. And now I'm trying to think, I'm like, did it let you keep your skeletons from game to game? I don't remember. But Baal binding, even though he would be cool, like, Diablo would be better. Diablo's crazy. He has, like, the melt. Baal's an issue, and he has, like, some nasty stuff. With all the slowdown we did on him, we didn't get to really demonstrate that. But he has a lot of things that are pretty good. But, you know, with our quite amazing debilitation setup, just totally running through the man. This is probably the strongest character I've ever had at this level that's not like a Twinks character. I mean, although I took the spirit and the lore out of the box, we could have made them, it just would have been, like, annoying. Because what you can do if you don't have, like, the socketed items when they're not, like, rare things that you need, you can just restart a game over and over until, you know, one of them's in the shop. But if I already have them, and I already have the runes, you know, etc. I kind of want to start over as a hardcore Warlock right now, but I'm having a blast with this, so I'm not going to. I mean, not start over, just start a hardcore Warlock, but maybe whenever, because I assume they're going to put up a latter season, a new one before too long, because they don't have a current one, and then maybe we'll do it single socket light plate garbage. And there's a way to set up the loot filter to, like, not even show you stuff, I think. I just haven't looked at it yet. The current bind, he's called Lister the Tormentor. Lister. He is, like, the chief of the Minions of Destruction that guards the throne room of Baal. And they are basically, like, the toughest, like, single pack in the game. Although, in Hell, you can get mods on packs that make them even scarier, but in general you would expect his pack to be the biggest and the beefiest. They do nasty charge attacks with knockback. They're real good. Loot filter, the loot filter, the item stacking, you can see here that I moved in some. So, like, on one of my characters, you know, we had 49 chip diamonds and 38 chip sapphires, you know. We had 15 orch runes on them, you know, so we moved them over. But it's very nice indeed to not have to have specific mule characters just to hold on to chipped gems by the hundreds. Just going to kill a few more things real quick before we grab this experience shrine, because we already have And experience shrine, but now we're traveling away from it, so might as well. You can transfer items between saves? Yes. Yes, you can. And, you know, you can trade between characters, between, like, people you don't know even, or, you know, between your saves. There's a shared loot tab with, like, 5 pages, so you could just, like, thumb through. Now, that wasn't in the game beforehand, but it is now. I think the shared loot was, but not, like, that many tabs, and certainly not the stackable stuff. But yeah, so, like, I have my level 91 Magic Find thing. Magic Find is a stat in the game, and it's also, like, a theory of the character, right? Where instead of making the strongest character or the tankiest, you make sacrifices for the stat Magic Find, you know, to get better stuff. And then you feed that better stuff, you know, to the world to make money, or to your other characters to get cool things. The prototypical Magic Find character is the Sorceress, because they are able to teleport. And which allows them to get much more repetitions and than everybody else. No matter how good other characters are, before you can teleport, the Sorc is always going to outpace you. There's a rune word with very rare, very high-level runes, very, very rare runes that many people will never see drop in their whole lives unless they play, like, a lot of Diablo. So Bishibosh here is fire immune, right? And magic resistance, so without our Bashery, you know, he'd be tough, but Lister just trucks him. But yeah, so in my stash here, because I was doing some organizing, you know, that's where we took our spirit sword there, which we could have made. I just didn't feel like, you know, putting it together, and this. So we also, like, these are, like, some rare gloves. So if I was taking my other items, we would use these for fire skulls on fast cast and mana regen, or these for a big maximum mana. We would put this on the Merc for huge mana regen. We would use this for more skills. And these are just sort of like, these aren't highly valuable items. These are generically good items that basically every character will want. Maybe, like, every caster is going to want one of these two things, you know, so you just hold on to them. And on this page, I have, like, some socket stuff, you know, in case we want to build things. On this one, it's like, this is the Saigon set, which is, like, a very typical early set if you're, like, making a strength melee character, you know. So if I make, like, a barbarian, hey, we'll just go over there and grab those things, or a paladin, more likely. But yeah, so that's how we would transfer them between saves there, in the event that we wanted to do that. So, like, a very typical thing that I'll do, like, on a ladder is I immediately make a sorceress, and then I use that sorceress for a while until I can make enough money to buy something to make a class that I want to play instead, like my necromancer. Because before you have an Enigma, you can play the other classes, but you can't really play until you can teleport. Teleporting lets you cover ground, oh, I don't know, more than twice as fast. It's probably, because you can go through walls and stuff, it's probably like 5 or even 10 times as fast, depending. Like, imagine that wall there, you know. You could probably teleport all the way across, maybe not, but every little, like, tunnel you're in the game, you can just go to the other side with teleport. And we have, like, a jump teleport with our thing, which is very good, and I'm not knocking it. But it's not as good as just being able to blind to go through a hard wall, which is why Sorceress is the best. But if you're playing with people, you know, you can just be like, hey, who's playing Sorceress? 2-socket bone shield. We'll just toss it because we've got one. And if we get a shale, then we can do, like, a rhyme. Rhyme is a rune word. It's good. It gives you cannot be frozen, which is quite essential for survivability, right? You know, not being able to get slowed down even by a guy that slows you, that can be the difference between life and unlife, as they say. The life of a zombie is unlife at all. No, the Nephilim doesn't turn into a zombie. That aura that they have on them right there, that is Fanat aura. And right here, you know, we got slowed down. So often cold enchantment guys, you know, they don't even hit you. But when they get popped, here's Rakanishu. He would be very strong, but, you know, he doesn't have all the hit points, you know. You can tell that Lister has the hit points. We might be able to just roll Lister through all of Nightmare. I think, honestly, this is overtuned. I don't care. We're doing it. Or, overtuned is not the right word. This is not tuned. The game is not built for super uniques with enhanced stats being part of your party, and I'm gonna use it until they break it. Yeah, fanaticism increases attack speed, attack damage, and attack rating. So it is a nice little thing. There's another aura that increases attack damage, and then it like gives you like uninterruptible chances of attacks. It's called concentration, but it's really just used because even though it says attack damage, it actually increases damage of this magic spell of the paladins called Blessed Hammer. The eponymous skill name of the Hammerden. Hammerden is one of the strongest things in the game because Blessed Hammer ignores the resistances of demons and undead, which is basically everything, and it's pure magic damage. So we were talking about those immunities earlier, right? And how on hell difficulty things get more immunities. So it does magic damage, but it ignores the magic immunity, and most things are going to be immune to an elemental thing. So a Hammerden is one of the few builds that can, without assistance, destroy every single enemy in the entire game pretty confidently. You don't need to know what something is to kill him with a Hammerden. Hammerdens are very good Magic Find characters for that reason. However, you know, again, until you can teleport, it's not so good. You can have any amount of auras at one time. A paladin can only equip one aura, and then they can sort of flash it back and forth, and through the frames you can like get bonus auras. Normally you don't do that, but like you can do it for like, say one of your friends is fighting the Ubers, like the very special bosses, and you're hanging out over to the side to give them resistance auras. You can flash the auras back and forth to give them there. But if you have 10 paladins, you can have 8 paladin auras, you know. No, because you can only have 8 guys in a room. But if you have a lot of different auras on your items, so there's a weapon that'll give you an aura, and a shield that'll give you an aura, and you know, an armor to give you an aura, you can absolutely be rocking out 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 different auras on one character if you build it super carefully. Ew, Hellrune. I'm talking so excitedly. I am excited. Straining the vocal cords. All right, calm or talking about that must have been so loud. I get animated though. Talking about my special interest, Diablo 2. But yeah, so basically aura stacking is fun. It's one of my favorite things in the world. I like to... You can aura stack and then, proc is the word. I'm not sure if it's like, the chance to do a thing whenever you hit or are hit. The proc chance. Proc stacking is fun too. So, like, I have a paladin, which is probably like level 79. It's like a Zeal paladin. And when I hit things, it's got a chance to cast frozen orbs. So it's got, like, chances to cast these sorceress spells when I hit or am hit, and it's got like all these different auras, so there's like all these different effects going on that normally your character wouldn't have access to, which I think is great fun. I love anything that gives you like access to skills that your character may not normally get, and like upper level items and rune words often do that. Like Enigma that I keep talking about gives you level 1 teleport. as a skill no matter who you are. Because there's all sorts of items, they'll be like +3 to teleport, parentheses, sorceress only. But Enigma just says +1 to teleport. And that means just what it says. Favorite things to do is stack buffs and demolish bosses. Yep. You know, this is more of a getting your stuff set up beforehand thing. But there's definitely elements of doing that. There's, like we were talking about, getting access to other abilities. There's a rune word called Call to Arms, and barbarians have a whole tree of shouting. They have a tree of smashing, a tree of shouting, and a tree of passives. You know, the tree of shouting, you know, you can get huge buffs to your hit point pool, stuff like that. And there's an item that gives you, you know, those barbarian abilities. So if you don't have a barbarian around, you can shout for yourself, swap over, and then, you know, you have 3 minutes of 120% increased, you know, health type of thing. And so you definitely do that. You know, you'll set up all of your stuff beforehand, like, you know, or you'll have a friend, you know, throw these buffs on you. You're like, okay, I need to go in and fight them, but you help me out real quick. And then they can leave the world after they buff you. You'll still have the buffs, because monsters get stronger in Diablo as more players are in the game, right? Or they have more hit points. And they also drop better stuff, but you can have somebody come in and buff you and then leave, so that you can do it yourself, but a little enhanced, you know. Just stuff like that. Because it makes the monsters, you know, easier. So if you're trying to fight the Ubers, you could have a guy log in, you know, throw those buffs on you, and then log out, so that the world, you know, was a little easier if you were struggling or whatever. But really, with the Ubers, if you're capable of doing it at all, then you can do it with any amount of HP on the enemy, because Ubers use, like, an interaction between Crushing Blow and Open Wounds to kill them. You can't really just, like, do enough damage to do it. You got to use status effects. Exactly, and that's the heart of the paladin tank. You know, you get super tanky. They have these fun abilities, and then they run in and then they smash. Playing Diablo with other people is so much fun. It's so much fun. But the thing is that if you're not playing with people you know, they're not going to cooperate. You're not going to have the fun of playing Diablo with others by playing with strangers. You could. It's very rare. So rare that most people don't even try. Because people will just come into your game and, like, if you just say, hey, we're playing through, a higher level player will enter into your game if you leave it open to higher level people and, like, come and kill your bosses for the drops because there's more players in for better bosses and leave. Or somebody, you know, they'll just get, like, a level or two. They'll be like, okay, I'm good now. You'll be like, Act 2, all stuff, and then people will come in, you know, in the middle, grab the cube and leave. Which is fine, but it's not as fun as, you know, getting to build up with your friends. And, you know, you play a paladin and I'll play a barbarian, you know, and then the Amazon will shoot at the rear. Like, that's so fun. It's so fun. You don't get mercenaries in multiplayer games, I don't think, anymore. I don't think you do, but yeah, we're so strong because our casting is 100% online. Huge damage, big enough mana pool. Fast cast is fine. Probably at like 11 frames now. I need to check the... Good, because we're at, what, 35, 45, and then 70 something. Yeah, you know, because I'll play with people and then a lot of like my close friends that I game with, they're not the kind of gamer that I am, right? Not like they're not great gamers. They just, their priorities are different, right? Like one of my best buddies, he like doesn't care about the story like at all. Like I think I've talked about playing with him before, you know, like you gotta tell him what's going on, you know. And often he's not even interested in figuring out builds. So just be like, hey, what's good? You know, you know what's going on in this game, tell me. So it's like, it's fun, but it's not as fun as like someone having their own ideas and being like, oh, I thought it would be cool, you know, if we built towards this aura combination, you know. And because like the people I play with often, you know, he's just like, hey, you know, you know, because he's less interested in it, it's harder for him to hold the interest, you know, in our overall playthrough. Yeah, and then I have a lot of friends that only play competitive games, which, you know, I don't really want to play anymore. You know, I don't have an awesome time, like, you know, emotionally, artistically, whatever, playing with them. And while it's fun to win, don't always have fun when I lose. And, you know, I like collaborative games, you know, where you get to like pull apart the mechanics and like explore, you know, the design of it rather than trying to fight with other people. Although I love watching competitive games, I don't, you know, because I'm not good enough and I'm not willing to dedicate the time to be good either. Got an AM room, very nice. Because, like, maybe I could be good at Total War multiplayer if I tried. I have, like, a big knowledge base for it already. I keep on threatening to play one day. But, you know, probably I'd stink. And then I wouldn't want to play it. You just man like playing with your friends. Yep. Yeah, like being great at stuff is fine, but like, and this era of internet gaming where you can play with your buddies no matter where they are is great too. But like, there's definitely something to be said for like the camaraderie of the split screen era as opposed to this era, where like, you know, you were actually hanging out with your friends to play rather than, you know. But I guess that was 20 years ago when that all changed. The old Xbox Live era. But I mean, even this game, of course, if I had good enough internet, I would have been playing it, you know, from a computer with my friends with a computer. But we would often play in the same room, you know, because that's more fun. But thinking back to, like, all the time I spent playing Halo, which I wouldn't take back, like, you know, it was great fun with my friends and we were awesome at it. And, you know, it's a good part of my life. It was nice being that much better than people and a thing that kept score. You know, not every game I wanted to be good at, I was good at. You know, like whenever I was a little kid, I was like, maybe I will be good at chess. But I'm not. I'm just a chess player. No, I haven't played in years. But I'm not good. I'm just better than everyone who doesn't know how to play. Which makes them think I'm good, but of course, nothing could be further from the truth. Funny thing about chipped gems is they're actually often more valuable than all of the other gems except perfect ones, and depending on the perfect ones, they're more valuable than them. Because you need chipped gems to like re-roll items and do like some stuff in the cube. They're in some recipes. And you can't get them on like super high level characters, right? They don't drop anymore. And nothing good drops besides chipped gems at the beginning of the game. So it's like you have to buy them from people who level characters or like somehow trade noobs. But a noob is going to cube all their chipped gems to try to get better gems. So, you know, like it's actually kind of hard to get them. A huge amount of my wealth in Diablo 2 was built on the back of chipped gems and RAL runes and such, because that is you know, that those are the currencies that people are going to always need. Hightail release. Yeah, I saw that. I didn't see anything about it, but I saw the name. No, like games that are sort of competitive, I find that like if you don't adopt them immediately, like that's what you got to do. But I don't like to buy a game immediately, right? Like I don't want to be an early adopter of a thing. I don't want to get it when it comes out. I want to see if it's good first, you know? I have a budget for entertainment, but I want to spend it, you know, on what I want to spend it on. Oh, we didn't get the stony waypoint. Feels bad. What else feels bad? Not having Deckard Cain, but of course every world is a new opportunity to rescue him again. Oh, we should buy that back. Junk jewels are important too for recipes. We could socket it to remove the requirements by 15%. Unironically, if we could get like a Siggy shield that had like a good gem in it like that, that would be very good. Exactly. It's like, here, don't mind my forearm monstrosity. I'm a warlock. It's okay. Oh, other demons are destroying the world. Not, he's a good demon. He's my demon. He's my special lister. Yeah, so here we're very clearly seeing that the only struggle in the entire life of a warlock is in getting to level 30. And once you do that, you are good. And really, because Fire Wave is so good, I think it's really just a matter of converting yourself up to level 18. Because if I had embraced Fire Wave and just gotten like 2 levels in it, that Duriel fight would have gone through pretty quick. We were trying to use bad stuff for it. I don't really have to have this waypoint, but, you know, I want it. No, you can spend a lot of time in Act 1 Nightmare. There's stuff to do. So, I don't want to see the empty space. It's not like normal where you never go back. Nightmare's got stuff to do. Nightmare Mephisto is a run you do some. Although if I started like earnest, repeated magic finding, I'd probably just be like, you know what? Self-found is over. Because what's the point of spending 5 hours to kill Mephisto 10 times? It would be faster than that. When we could, you know, get on the sorceress and just melt. But I think, I mean, really, we don't need any more items. We could just use these items for the rest of the game. They're good enough. We won't. We'll get better ones, but obstacles in Earth Fire Wave. Yeah, and if there's like a river or a river of flame, you can't fire wave over it. Which so like the sorceress, one of the premier sorceress abilities is Meteor, which has a short wind up, about as long as the Apocalypse. And then it drops the meteor. But you can cast it multiple times, so it'll drop multiple meteors. But you can do that. So Mephisto fights, and there's like a river of blood sort of thing in a little concave. You can get him, draw him over, teleport across the river, and move down. He can't hit you, and you just drop meteors on his head and pop him. Which you could probably do with like any magic missile too, right? But, you know, at least we would have to use a worse spell. Devilhead the Impaler. He is fire enchanted, which if they're enchanted with it and not immune, they still have very high resist. I think like 75 or more is what they get for having the enchantment, just like native. But really the thing about Diablo is like when you find one of your keynote abilities, like this Fire Wave is. This Fire Wave is so strong because we've spent 16 points on it, which we're level 36, which means with just a couple of exceptions, every level since we were able to put a point in, that's where we put our point. 100, you know, just a little bit over here for the demons, but everything else all into Fire Wave. So as a total Fire Wave specialist, if it didn't work, well, that would mean that Fire Wave as a skill didn't work. And that's how Diablo operates, and why like a noob will have a terrible time. And I was definitely playing like a noob, which I knew early on. If you spread out your skills, you're weak. So Fire Wave, when we put our next point in, it's gonna get 10% stronger basically, and then it's only going to cost half of a mana more, so like 5% more mana, which is nothing, because you can just generate more mana through potions, which don't have a cooldown, right? And that's the ratio of basically all of the levels, so we can just keep on pushing it in, but it maxes out at level 20, so pretty soon, that's going to be the ceiling, and that's where the gear comes in, because you can get plus to skills from gear that pushes you far beyond level 20. We might be able to get to level 30 or 35, and then there's the synergies to worry about and stuff, but that's where it all comes in. Because as far as pure power out of it, in just a few levels, we're not going to be able to directly make it stronger. It has a lot of synergies, I think, yeah. So we'll be able to put points in, and then that'll make it 15% stronger per level for that too, so that'll be more levels, but basically, it won't increase in cost there. Do we not let him out? No. Here we go. Regrettably, I could do nothing to stop the advent of King Loric's rise. Kinda alright, but we have min-maxing indeed. And that's the thing about the stat allocation. So what you're supposed to do is you only take enough strength to equip your gear, because what strength does is do more damage. It doesn't matter. Strength doesn't help your attack damage out in a way that matters. Dex is attack rating. It doesn't matter. You just get it somewhere else. But really, Dex is block chance, which a lot of people don't care about a shield. I like a shield. In hardcore, they're basically mandatory, and softcore people just usually go for more points elsewhere. And then all your other points go into vitality. 75 is max block. Shields have a block rating, so this one is 69%. But if you go over Dex, then you can still hit your block rating, right? And then on points and vitality. So, for energy, you get 2 mana per energy, which is very bad. But, imagine you're a new player and you're like a sorceress, so you think, I need energy. So you put all your points into mana, for 150 points for 30 levels. Well, that gets you 300 energy, or you could just get 3 good items and get that much energy and have a ton of stuff. And the thing about Diablo is it just allows you to make these mistakes. If you spend your skill points everywhere, they will all be bad, which is why I was struggling for a long time, because I was just trying to get the flavor, right? I wanted to see what the skill points were like, and then figure out what we wanted to put the points in. But as soon as we got the flame wave, I was like, okay, we're going to put some in here. This is the one. Because reading a skill in Diablo, maybe it helps some people, but I often have to just use it a couple of times. Then I'll be like, okay, this is actually what it's like. Just one-shotting everything. This makes it look like we're in normal, right? It actually makes it look like we're just running through normal. But, of course, all of our eggs are in that fire basket. We've got our summon. But anyone who is dedicating everything to summon will have a thing that does probably twice as much damage and lives, I don't know, 4 times as long. The 35% HP per level is nutty. It's too much HP per level. Double pack there. But yeah, there's, and there are levels to min-maxing in Diablo, but generally, now that you can respec, it's less important because now, I think there's a limited amount of respecs, right? But you can still do it. Back in the day, you couldn't do it at all. So if you didn't take enough strength points and then you got an item or you realized you needed, you wanted to wear a Spirit Monarch shield, which is 154 strength requirement, and you have like 70, well, that's too many levels. You're not going to be able to do that. You're going to have to make a whole new character. Yeah, Blood Oath it's 35% level there, so, and it goes off of our plus to skills. So there, and gives it physical damage reduction and swaps some damage over. So because of the 4 skill levels from all of our gear, we have 125% more HP on him than he even used to have. And that's why he's so beefy and can probably just beat the whole game by himself. But we're going to help him. Resist all, yes. So that is important. So each demon will have its own innate resist all, which is why this giving them even more resist all is crazy. And that's just, to the resistances that there are there. But he probably, I would have to look up Lister's stats, but he probably has very high resist already. So he's probably at like basically cap. 75 is the highest resist that you can get without modifications. You can get items or auras that allow you to get higher max, or like certain interactions. Like paladins have like a fire resist aura, and it doesn't say it on there, but every point they put in there increases their personal maximum available fire resist. So if they put 20 points in, they can get 95 fire resist without anything else. And that, of course, very good indeed. But yeah, and that's the thing, is being tanky is hard in this game, but if you get a tanky setup, then you can ride it real far indeed. You get your physical damage resist, you get your elemental resist, so then your problems with summons is like, okay, what if they get poisoned? What if they stand in a fireball? Now we don't have to worry about that. We're going to the tower now, and of course here we're just going to meet the Countess. Have her meet her maker, or not, as she prefers. Really, it's about the runes that you get. Because, like, there's also, you get summon resist for skeletons, but they start from a baseline of nothing, right? For the necromancer. You don't get the baseline of this demon already has the stats of this demon. So it makes it very playable. Now, they probably do get the malice for being in Nightmare, so they probably get the negative 40, right? So really our thing is just counteracting that. But without it, then, it would be even worse. So in Hell, they probably get the negative 100 for being on our side. Probably. But, if we have plus 50 or 60 on there, and then they already have their own bonuses from being themselves, then they might, be able to still be pretty tanky. Man, oh man, are we strong. Strong, and importantly, like, this is a crazy character. Because our one skill point for slowing them down is tremendous. Like, that sigil is crazy good. Like, the amount of value that we get for small points. This Fire Nova for a single point gives you the knockback, which you don't need the damage. But we'll probably end up taking more points into the fire thing eventually, because it synergizes with this. But we might take, like, Apocalypse first. Because they synergize the same amount, and Apocalypse, you know, that's damage that we would actually be getting out of a spell that we do use on purpose. Like, if we were a sorceress, we just would have went straight through that wall there. And also, when you can teleport, you can, if you have fast enough casting, you can just skip everybody, because if you get your fast cast fast enough, and you can, your teleport will be a faster frame than enemies can actually act. So you literally can't get hurt unless you, like, tele into a wall a couple of times, which can happen. But yeah, you just stack them all the way up, and then you can just, with total impunity, run around. And then you usually use, like, a weapon swap to go to a slower cast. But you can usually drop, like, one frame from there and still be in a condition where you never have to worry about the enemy hitting you. Death Mark 2. I'm like, now we can... I'm taking away Goatman Summon. We don't even need to see Goatman Summon ever again. Lister is never going to die. Ooh, set armor. Now, am I going to wear it? No. However, we haven't identified it yet, and that means that it'll put a little check mark in the thing where it says, this is all the stuff you found in the history of ever. Very satisfying. That's also very new, and I love it so much. That is the kind of thing that is absolutely my jam. I am just so excited for it to keep track of every item I've ever identified. The Beast Lot, I had a summon thing there, and I moved it away, and then I never just got a different thing there. It was really just because one of the skills that I had, I just didn't think we'd use something. But so now, oh man. Yeah, now we can just... because moving your minion around is as easy as saying, get on her. Oh, man. Oh, goodness. This is the greatest... This is so much more fun than a necromancer. F-Tal M. Nice runes there a little bit. The Countess Chest... could be good the first time. Give me... No. Yes, left trigger is the other ones. Which, if you play on mouse here, we'll show you. So mouse, you have two skills. You have right click and left click, and then you have the F keys to change, or you can scroll up and down, right? So here we could be like, you know, F. But then, like, if you wanted to go, okay, I want to Apocalypse, then I want to do this, and then I want to, so on. You have to hit a different key and then hit the other one. It's terrible. So having access to, you know, 12 abilities feels very modern, but it is not at all how Diablo used to play. It's so much better. Because back in the day, you know, how I was saying that you tunnel vision on a skill, that was a lot easier to do, right? Without feeling like you were doing it. Because you could only see one at a time. Bane's Wraithskin. Have I even heard of this? Maybe this is new. We're gonna hold on to it. Maybe it's like maybe it's a Warlock set. I feel like it's new. Look, I used to know every item in the game. I used to know literally every item in the game. I think it could be new. But if we make another Warlock, we'll put it on him. Like, honestly, we're just going to leave him on the ground because I may not need that many healing potions anymore. We didn't get the Black Marsh Mark. That's alright. It's not too far of a run. Not ideal, though. Black Marsh Nightmare is 100% one that you want because Nightmare Countess can drop some quite good runes, right? Like you saw there, it was an M. She'll casually drop stuff in that band. So if you need to make something like a Spirit, which is not complicated to make, you know, Talthul or Am, that is easy. The highest level one there is a level 25 rune. You know, you can get, you've seen, I think, 2 or 3 Am runes drop, you know, in the last couple of sessions. They drop. And Spirit is one of the best rune words in the whole game. You can actually wear Spirit, like, forever. It's crazy good, because it has fast cast, it has skills, it has hit recovery, and it has huge mana numbers, too, right? 100 mana, 22 vitality, great. 55 hit recovery is super good. It lets you get really close to where you want to be there. Fast cast is amazing, and +2 to skills, you can't shake a stick at it. Now, it doesn't give you a lot of damage on it, but since we're not hitting guys with our weapon, I mean, Spirit is... I would call Spirit like the perennial poor man's rune word. Any caster at all can wear Spirit to the end of the game, and you won't feel like you have a bad weapon. It's a good weapon. Other ones are better, but it is top tier, and you can wear it at level 25. Yeah, it is. Because, and then the adding damage, so every rune has its own quality itself. Like the Tau rune, you know, puts on poison damage. And then in specific things, they get the rune where they have a slew of bonuses. And then they also have the rune bonuses in addition to the special ones. So sometimes, you know, a rune will have like 10 things listed on it. But 4 of them are from the runes involved. Or 5, or 6. There are 6-letter rune words. The 4s and the 5s tend to be the best. You know, there's some 3s in there. Just depends. But yeah, Spirit's amazing. And of course, too, like I said, you can put it on level 25, and you can put it in a sword with very low strength requirements. We probably could have got it in one with even lower than 44, but basically every character I make is going to have 44 strength. It's a rare character where I wouldn't go for like 60 some odd at the very least. There's a lot of stuff right around there that basically anyone is going to want to wear. Because how the game works, just like it recycles the enemies, it recycles the items and, you know, skins them higher. Now, this is relevant because they're... Okay, so we'll use this sash as an example. This is a Demon Hide sash. Required level 29, 12 slots. It's a reskin of the early light sash that has 4 slots and requires basically no levels. It only requires 20 strength. The plated belt, which is the highest level regular belt, requires 60 strength and has these slots and so on. So when you roll over into the next thing, you know, the requirements are a lot lower. The big, bulky armor might take 100 strength, but you go back into Nightmare and you could use 30 or 40 strength for an item that'll have equivalent armor. So that's another way where you just play a little while longer and you don't need those big strength numbers necessarily, because the exceptional and elite versions of things, while they have the level requirement, don't have the strength requirement. And this is also why you know, once you get one character, especially if you play like casters, and I like casters, most caster loot works for most casters. So once I have a spirit and the other setup, okay, I get something better. Well, the spirit goes into the stash, and the next time I make a caster, I have my spirit, you know. And the same goes for everything else. But often, you know, you'll be playing a character and you'll get a cool item, and then you'll be like, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to build a whole character just to use this. Which, I mean, I could just buy stuff, but I like to do it when I find it more. Because I have so much forum gold. And with forum gold, I can buy anything. Oh, we got even more skills. And we continue putting points into Flame Wave. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. And lots of times with skills, you reach a point where you're actually supposed to move into the synergies because the percentages end up working better, but we're just going to probably max this one. Because synergies will make your skills better in whatever way, you know. Length of the fire damage, you know, they can do whatever synergies it lists. But, see there, those razor spines, they didn't hit me because I got max block like a gentleman. And that's how you can take a bad build into a good one, just getting a good item. Because plenty of people don't really use shields, and then they go up against ranged things, and they get absolutely beat on because you sit still to cast, and then they hit you. But the problem with Sig's shield is, although it has skills on it, it's tower shield, which shields have like a block rate because of their size. So it blocks slow when it does block. You can increase block rate, but those tend to be on shields, and they're not on this one. But the problem with Sig Shield is because it gives you a skill, it makes you never want to take it off, because plus to skills is one of the most attractive mods in the entire game by a pretty wide margin. I mean, we've already talked about like how much of an impact it makes with the summoning for all of that, because, you know, and in plenty of things, there'll be a tree where you want to take like a bunch of skills for a point or two. Well, all of those going up 5 or 10 points if you have a really good gear. Now it's almost like you have a well-rounded build, even though you don't. And we're going to absolutely maul the Act Boss. She's not close to here. She's quite far away, honestly. But when we get to her. Because Andy is weak to fire. And we are fire family. This is my dream. This is the coolest Diablo character there is. The only way it would be better is if it could be a lady. Like, why are we living in the past, Blizzard? Give me a select choice. Let me be a lady necromancer. Let me be a lady paladin. Let me be me. Like, how much is the Nova powered up from synergies? Well, it actually does decent damage. That's pretty funny. I mean, not decent. That's the wrong word. Some. We leveled up again. Yeah. So here we've got base level 17 flame wave, 4 levels up. So this is already stronger than it would be allowed to be without our plus to skills, but feels good. We just got like 2 levels so quick because we are churning through these fools. Fire, cold, lightning, poison, and magic. But the elemental damages are those. Magic resist may exist now. It used to just be like magic damage reduced by a flat integer value. Barracks, we need to go find the smith. And get our girl Charcy's hammer back. I want her hammer back, hammer back, hammer back. Oh man, and then in Act 2 we're going to be able to get the Holy Freeze Merc, and then this whole thing is going to be nutty. Like, we are going to be sitting them still. Lister's going to smash them. Reliable Holy Freeze out of the Merc, because you can't... Nightmare Act 2 mercenaries have different auras than Hell or Normal, which have the same ones, and all the Nightmare ones are better. Beautiful. 1 socket, 2 would have been fine. We probably could have made another stealth and a better armor thing there. Let's go ahead and get the Heredric Malice, which means the Heredric Bad and not the Heredric Hammer. Malleus's hammer, thank you. But, I don't know Latin. I do know Malleus, though. Malleus Maleficarum was a book called The Book. Hammer of the Witches, it means in English. And that was like the witch oppression manual that they built back in the day and wrote down. It's an easy word to remember. Malleus, malleable for the quality of metal to be able to be hammered. Negative 25 fire resist. Yeah, sounds right. Like I said, in Nightmare we get negative 40 to all resistances, just baseline. So, Thunder resist we get from, the Ort rune has 30%, so our Helm is giving us 30 there, and then we probably have some incidental, and that's what has us at 0, and then, We have 15%, oh, right, no, it's 10%. It'd be 10% from the scroll. And then the other percent's from somewhere else. Negative 40 in Nightmare, negative 100 in Hell. And if you don't build for resistant Hell, you will get melted. Just melted. Because not only does it hit your resist, but, the damage for everything is increased too. There are compromises made when gearing in Hell for most characters. I mean, if you had like a Lister, the Tormentor character for most characters, maybe you wouldn't have to make them. Because you wouldn't have to worry about it. But... we lost our dude. Yeah, exactly. And when you walk, so it's a person can beat Nightmare and be entirely unprepared for Hell. Same is true for Normal. However, when we spawned in with Lister, and I started laughing and all of that. That's because I knew how this was going to go. Before we spawned in with Lister, I didn't know. I did not. I did not know how Nightmare was going to go. I thought it would be fine. I thought we'd be punchy enough. And, we'd find a dude and make it work. But... Like, maybe we could just make a rhyme. Do I have a shale? Nope. I know I have a rhyme in here. We're not taking it, though. It's self-found-ish. If I find a shale, then I'll take the rhyme out of here. Rhyme is super good. Fast block rate, 40% is incredible. 65 block chance is fine. All resist 25, pretty good. Cannot be frozen, amazing. And 25 magic find. Can't shake a stick at that either. Rhyme is like a very good mid-game shield. It's the same sort of thing as we were talking about with some of the with the Spirit Rune word, where Rhyme's not amazing, but Rhyme is so good that you can use it and not feel like you're living a trash existence for the rune word on your shield. It won't be the weakest link that you've got. How do you build enough resistance? Oh, I mean, various ways. So, it's just about what gear you choose. Right now, my gloves give me no resistances, and my boots give me no resistances, and my shield, the most important source of resist, gives me no resistances. There's a rune word in the shield called Ancient's Pledge, Ralort Tal, which you can make in one of normal if you ran on the Countess long enough. Like, you can get the runes pretty easy, and it gives you like 50 resist all basically. There's a shield, and you can sock it in diamonds for resist. You can socket runes for resistances. There's a lot of ways that you can get them. You just got to make the choice to try for it. There are charms you can carry in your inventory at the cost of space to get it. There are potions that'll temporarily increase them in the case of cold and poison. Yeah, we're basically winging it. But again, I have a lot of experience in Diablo, so although, yeah, don't get hit by the thing is easy enough to say. I know these enemies. I know them very well. I know how fast they move. If they're moving faster, I can see that's faster than normal. I know this is a pack. I can identify the danger in the ways that, like, a newer player, even one that was like super experienced in other ARPGs, they won't know exactly how archers operate. They won't know that you can't see the arrow, They won't know how many frames they need to expect it. They're going to die from that. And I won't. I know what I'm doing. Exactly, old man magic. So I died like 50 times on the Act 2 boss. The thing about the Act 2 boss is the way to beat him is to level up. You level up, you buy better gear and find better gear. You spend a few hours getting stronger, and you fight him. Or you die 50 times, and then with the time you spend getting ready for Duriel, you could already be at Hephasto, who actually drops good loot. Duriel never drops good loot. Duriel's trash. You're already getting called Uncle. You know how it goes, right? Sometimes I'm like, why won't the kids at work listen to my wisdom? How do I teach these kids? And then they're like, so you know my dad? And I'm like, yeah, I went to high school with him. I'm just kidding. The guy whose dad I know I actually really like. He's my friend. But you live somewhere long enough, you meet somebody, you're like, hey, I know a dude with that name. He's like, it's my dad's name. I'm like, well, that explains it. No, sometimes they'll hit me with like the big bro, which is always pretty funny. I'm like, oh, it's like an anime. Like, I want to call you bro, but you're so old that I gotta call you big bro, or it's rude. Yes, back pain attacks come for us all. No, luckily my back doesn't hurt. It's my hands. which, you know, they don't hurt anymore, you know. I still got to just be careful or whatever, but I mean, they hurt sometimes. Not like they used to, obviously. Not like they used to. All the love and respect to my surgeon. When I say I'm scared of doctors, I don't mean him. That guy's a real gent. A real mensch. Carpal tunnel, yep, that is the surgery I had on the old transverse ligament. Mine was very bad indeed, but the surgery made it just so much better, you know. It gave me my life back. I was very debilitated by it. But my surgery would have been 5 years ago now, because actually, as I was recovering from it, Diablo 2 Resurrected came out. So one of the first things I was able to do with my hands, because it was I could barely play games at all there for a while. Like, I played Total Warhammer, and I had I got a mod where the AI would control my units because I wanted to play, but like I couldn't click that much, right? Even though like you don't have to click that much to play Warhammer. And you know, that kind of thing. You know, I had to play. I played a lot of Civilization, like a lot of games, you know, that weren't that intensive. But it was so nice to be able to, you know, do more of what I wanted. But yeah, if you ever hear me talk about, you know, like why I don't play so much Geometry Dash, and that's why, because like I can't like go too hard on repetitive stuff. Still, they will start. I can still feel that things aren't perfect. It's just not. You know, I don't wake up at night anymore from it. That hasn't happened one time. And hopefully it never will again. It was, you know, when you're a cook for a living and you have to use your hands, and every hobby you have is, you know, playing Magic or Warhammer or guitar or, you know, video games, and they all need your hands. When I played Magic the Gathering, and I had to have my friends like shuffle my deck for me, so like because I couldn't shuffle my cards, so I would build decks specifically that didn't need to shuffle very much, you know, that didn't need to search, you know, and that kind of thing, just so it didn't, you know, hold up everybody else. It sucked, but anyway, things are much better now. No, I mean, I played it originally because one of my friends was like, hey, I used to play this game. You should play it. That would be on your stream. You know, that could be cool. And then, you know, I had a good time with it, especially, like, early on. And then, like, it was very well received. You know, like, and a lot of people that still watch all the time, you know, like, that's where they started watching it. And, you know, and they still like to see it. But I can't. Like, whenever I was starting doing it, I did have a couple of times where I didn't like wake up from my hands numb, but I woke up and I felt like, you know, something was wrong. So, you know, like the days of 4 or 6 hours of those sessions are over forever. You know, I can't be playing with my health like that. You know, so it's a very important, you know, you got to keep on paying attention to feedback and that kind of thing. But because the game's fun, and you know, it's always fun to have people, you know, engaged, you know, and seeing what they want to see the most and that kind of thing. But you know, it's also Geometry Dash doesn't have a story, right? It's the story of doing the same thing, which can be pretty fun for a little bit. But you know, how long do you want to tunnel vision on one thing? If you're me, it just depends. Bone Ash. Magic resistant, extra strong, cold enchanted, melt him in 4 hits. Get wrecked. But yeah, this is a lot easier than normal. They're kind of dangerous-ish. 75%. Oh, I moved away from my I moved out of my good items. That's funny. 75% block chance makes a huge difference, and it's not, you can't get to 75 immediately. It does take at least to 10 levels or so. And then you got to sacrifice a lot to get to max block in the early game. And ultimately, you're still sacrificing a lot of hit points, but blocking 3/4 of everything, especially when you have other stuff helping you tank, that's all you got to have. When you were 10? Goodness. Well, I hope that it eventually, went away or got sorted out. It's an awfully young age to start with chronic pain, although, of course, illness and disease don't spare the young, and they certainly do not. Enjoy playing a weak stomach though. Oh, sorry, I laugh. So a weak stomach, and the idiom where I live would mean like that you get squeamish easily. Like if you have like maybe you would throw up if you saw blood or other fluids in the body of sickness or whatever. Like that would be calling like having a weak stomach. Whereas having like stomach issues, we would never say that for it. So that's interesting. It's always cool to see like the different ways that English is localized. A big one that I just learned the other day is like scheme is like in much of the world, like I was reading the story about Australia, but like it's sort of like the word program is, it's a value neutral thing, like your retirement program would be called like the retirement scheme, but in America, scheme is like bad. It's like this person is trying to take advantage of you. If it was a retirement scheme, that would be like me taking all your money and not giving it back. So, just those little things. The joke about Britain and America is that they are two countries separated by a common language. But of course, the rest of the Anglophone world also has their own spins on it, Not that India is exactly Anglophone, but like a huge population of English speakers, obviously, and with its own take on it, born of history. There's a lot to go into there. How was you getting anxious? Me too. Me too. I get quite badly scared in cars. Often led to entirely unpleasant situations happening. Okay. We wouldn't use it for that, though. Like, a weak stomach is like, oh, you have to gut a deer and then you got sick because of it. And then, everybody laughs at you. Alright, so that one happened too. Maybe I do have a weak stomach. No, it wasn't gutting the deer. It was that, like, one of the shotgun pellets, like, pierced the stomach. And it was so gross. Oh, and how it steamed in the winter. Anyway, not a great time. I don't hunt anymore. I did whenever I was much younger, you know, like in my youth, largely, you know, to fit in with familial expectations and not through it being a thing that I wanted to do for my own sake, right? But it's very much a big thing in my family. For your driver's license, still don't know how to drive. Look, I know the internet is not real life and you can't like believe everything you see, but from everything I've ever seen about driving in a city in your country, I wouldn't be able to drive in it either. I would cry. Which isn't saying much. I cry all the time, but like I would cry. I would leave my car in the middle of the road and like walk aimlessly and go and lay down in the ocean. Like I couldn't make it. No way. No way. I need order in my life, okay? I don't want people to tell me what to do, but I want to know what people are gonna do. Actually, I went to high school with this guy, one of my friends. He was quite badly injured in an automobile accident in India. Actually, it was this would have been like 18 years ago maybe, but he was on like a scooter or something, you know, some kind of moped thing that he had rented, and he got like hit by a car and was grievously injured. You know, like he's kind of all right. I think he might still have suffered some sort of permanent health problems from it, but you know, it was a real sketchy time, which is not why I think driving there is crazy. It's because I've seen videos on the internet and I'm like, oh no, what did that guy just do? And they're like, I don't know. Anytime I see people driving in a big city, I'm like, I need to get away from this video. It's gonna scare me. One of my friends, he's from his family's from the Philippines. He was born here, but dude, the videos that he has shown me of like drivers in Manila, I wouldn't even leave my house. No way. If I had to go to the doctor, I would put a blindfold on and I would be like, you tap me on the shoulder. Not really. I don't like when people touch me. You know, tap on the window whenever we get there. Like I couldn't do it. No way. No way. I live in this small state where there's not very much traffic and it's still too much for me. Two-slot serpent skin armor, actually. Do we want to just make a stealth in it? I mean, probably. Would it matter, though? Can make one for the merc. Open wounds, though, I kind of like. Does it matter, though? I mean, not really. Crushing blow would be better. Do we have a Guam's face? I mean, yeah, but we would need to find one. We're not trying to dig into the stuff. Maybe Andariel will see fit to give us one. Alright, so antidote potion, good. We are going to just roll over this lady. She is gonna get oh my god. Oh, that's a lot of damage. I mean, she's not in here, but she's not gonna be able to stand up to this. The reckless hate will be too strong. 4 times? Oh my goodness. Oh man, that is... Oh. I have been lightly tapped by a vehicle before. I was working in this shop where I was changing oil, and this person, you know, they're supposed to stop in front of the bay and wait to be guided in, and they just like rolled on in as I'm walking, and I had to like jump up, and I didn't get hurt like at all. I didn't even get a bruise, but I did look at him real mad, and then I walked away from work for a little bit because I'm like, look, y'all are gonna have to take care of this. All 4 times you were fine. Nice. Champ ghouls going down. Like, this... I cannot believe how strong we are. I love this character. And we're just gonna get on the side of this pillar so Andy doesn't... She's already dead. Look at her. She just showed up. She's barely even gonna kill the merc. She barely even killed the merc. Act bosses, like, shred mercs. Look at that. Rare amulet could be promising. Amulets, actually, amulets and rings that are rare can get crazy, crazy good stuff. Amulets specifically can, because they can have just a wide variety of things, including plus to skills. But, all right. And we need to resurrect him because we need to get his stuff. And now, oh man, we are about to get so strong in Act 2. Because the power spike that we get from getting Holy Frost on a mercenary is bonkers. Holy Frost is such a good slow. And that combined with the other slows that we've got. Oh, whoopsie daisy. Actually, I... 31k, I'll buy it back again. No, it's fine. Ghost Shroud's better anyway. That selling that armor is annoying. Two socket Serpent Stone Shroud is like worth holding on to. You know what? Why don't I just get it? It's just money. So just don't look at the rear mirror and just turn to you, man. Yeah, that is. People are wild, you know. Oh, I guess we could stealth like a mage plate, but that's like excessive, right? I mean, it isn't. We can get more mage plate. This is a terrible amulet. They can't all be winners. Hello. Oh, we were still using, you know, we could have gotten that weird skull thing that reduces the light radius for him. That would have worked. Well, goodbye, Fuzzle. We hardly knew you. Two socket skull cap. Ridiculous. You know, we could just put some gems in there. But yeah, so like Skin of the Viper Magi, we're not going to take this, but this is one of those things where level 29 you hit there, you get a skills, 30% fast cast, which is crazy. It's just a really great item. Here's a string of ears in here. This is a better string than my string. You know, I'm gonna wear it. This is still sort of the same as being self-found, right? Because this string is just, you know, this is a 14% PDR, and then, you know, this magic damage is a max of 15, and this one's just 12, but, you know, still works. How fast can you get? Oh, pretty fast. Running speed is capped, like, somewhere. I don't know. It's really fast, though. And then... So, fast cast is... based on frames. And there are breakpoints, so nothing matters in between. So, yeah, bam. 15 frames for no cast rate. You get to 48 and you get 11. 75 gives you 10 frames. And then 125 fast cast gets you 9. So right now we have 31 there, 10 there, 10 there. and 25 there, which is just a no. Did we hit 75? Yeah. So we do have like a little over the breakpoint for fast cast with just what we have here. And then run walk hit recovery also has its own cap, which is different for the frames. But yeah, so very, very good there. So we have this being at 10 frames is basically where you want to be, because that's 6 units of distance you get for 75 points of fast cast, and then you get 1 more frame for 50 more units, and that last 50 is really hard to get. Yeah, Lister's a big old boy. I'll bet you wonder. I wonder nothing. Wait, what? What? But where's... That can't be right. Okay, there must be a visual bug. Alright, so defensive one, the one with Defiance should be the one that generates Holy Freeze. Hey, it'll be another Fuzzle. But yeah, it can't be right. I'm like, why was I thinking that it can't be right? Look, it's Diablo 2. Act 2 mercs have certain auras, and that's what they have. I'm not going to entertain the ridiculous idea that they somehow don't have the right auras. It doesn't matter. Let's carry on. Or actually, let's take a short break. Yeah, I need to get a drink and 3 hours and 15 minutes on the stream. Nope, I'm not bored. We're going to keep on keeping on. But anyway, we'll be back shortly. I'm going to grab a Mountain Dew and cram a snack down my gullet. Or maybe just eat a couple of hot pickles. Hot pickles. I love a pickled cucumber. Delicious and tiny. Jarred. Anyway, I'm going to get right on that. I'll be back. And it'll be time for Act 2, where I foresee nothing's going to stand in our way. It's going to be all power all the time. But, alright, see you guys in a bit. All right. All right, time to go to the sewers. Of course, a book O skill is the most important kind of book. Yeah, this style would be like impossible with a controller or without a controller in the old way, because we really quite want to cast like 4 spells in succession every time, and then access to teleport the minion, which is just so good, by the way, just so good, because we'll be able to cheese Hephasto, jump across, well, not cheese, but farm Hephasto. You jump across and then teleport your minion back to him. No, we could probably just stand there and let Lister beat Hephasto in a fight. I imagine that's how our playthrough will go. Look, I'm going to tell you what I tell everybody. It's not my fault if I figure out how to be good at Diablo. If they ever patch it, well... at least I was here. Because honestly, it's too good. But dishonestly, I think it's fine, and everybody should just do it if they don't like other people having more fun than them. Nope, that definitely is a Defiance aura. I don't... Maybe we need to, like, leave the world and come back? I don't know. We're gonna figure it out. I've built too many characters in Diablo to believe that they just, like, took away my merc. Maybe they did, though. I don't... Maybe they did. The extra defense is like whatever, but we could get like a might aura, but I think Holy Freeze is better since I'm so casty. Might would be better if we were just trying to lean 100% onto the power and the glory of our dude. And then we can just send him in. Smash. Sewer checkpoint good. The sewers have poison enemies? Yeah, some. The more dangerous enemies are these guys right here, the Burning Dead archers. They tend to have lots of them, and they do lots of damage, of course, and it's fire damage. And being in Nightmare, you may not have your resist Fortunately, we've got our block. Which will have to protect us. No, the big, massive, beefy minion to take some damage is good. But these are the little set light belt. It probably won't be good, but it could be something that we haven't seen before. So, but it's probably like what the angelic belt, I think, and that is, you know, I mean, it's fine because you can get like attack rating out of it, but yeah. But the worst poison enemies come later in the act, actually. But there's plenty of poison here. I just wouldn't identify it as the primary problem. Oh, the Burning Dead mages are magic immune. That is a problem. Or not magic immune, but fire immune. Which might as well be magic immune for us. But they are not immune to the knockback when they're fire immune, and that is very good indeed. Say the music for Ultra Kill is just right. That's awesome. You know, it's always nice when that's the experience that you get with the game. You know, a full sonic joy. And Radamant here, but he's gonna get just toasted, roasted, smashed, diced, wrecked. Blah! Burn, burn, burn. And we're just gonna bounce out there. I mean, was there a box? I mean, there might have been a box. And I'm like, yeah, there's a box. Nothing good. Still worth checking. Oh, okay. Bane's Authority. So this is a new belt. Unless this is just an old set and I forgot its existence. Theoretically possible. Whoops. Do they have a set bonus? Oh, 80% enhanced damage. And you get hit recovery on there. I mean, you know, it's a fast cast on a belt. You can get it level 8. I mean, it's... Oh, this has generic magic resist on it. That is a new stat. Alright, yeah, so... Obviously, stealth is better, but that is interesting. And we very well might want that on our next one, right? Because the enhanced damage, that's nice if we were like a caster, so or not a caster. Which our next Warlock is going to be weapon-based. Just the element general cast. I would have to look it up because it's new. I imagine it is for magic elemental stuff rather than generically as a class of magic, but I will need to see. I'm not going to look it up right now, though, but eventually I will. Yeah. You could sacrifice Lister for 100% enhanced damage, Negative physical reduction by 25% and 15 meditation aura for 40 seconds. Like, that's not worth doing. Like, you get rid of them for that. If you had that aura permanently, now you'd be talking. Or, you know, for the rest of the game. But... oh, wait, what's this? Why don't I read? Why don't I read? We can feed the minion a corpse to heal a ton of their life. 34% of it for a fight? Alright, we gotta get this ability. But where? There. Alright, good. Now we got a minion heal. Good. I mean, we always had it, but now I know we do. Yeah, so awesome. He's already the tankiest boy, and now he'll be even better. All right, we're going to keep on taking... just keep on taking damage, right? Does this get any... the duration increases, and the amount of damage they take goes up a little bit, but not this slow. I mean, the duration being longer is fine, but we're not going to be, like, worrying about that. Like, do we try to, like, load into miasma bolts for the fire immunes? I think not. I think we just aim for fire damage and let our guys deal with fire immunes, just like a regular idea. You know, Abyss is... I mean, it's not nothing. It just only does a little bit of damage. It's fine. Leveling it up doesn't do too much for it. It's definitely like, I feel like that would be fine if you had your points into the chaos magic side of it. Just take another... just take some more fire waves. Alright, so now that's our last fire wave point. And we are very strong indeed. Speaking of strength, let's go buy the guy back. Or... because, like, Thorns, that's a good one. Because Act 2 mercs in normal get Blessed Aim, Prayer, and Defiance. And then in Act 2 Nightmare, you get Thorns, Might, and Holy Freeze. So we can see the Thorns. We're just gonna... maybe if we buy a couple... No, because they don't... we know from experience that they don't recycle. Let's just save and exit the game and come right back and see. First of all, am I keeping Lister again? Don't break my heart. Don't go breaking my heart. Alright. Now let's see if we can... be cool if you could have like 2 binds, one's upgrade, or it's just there. You know, that probably is what you can do, right? Because, oh yeah, because we can get more demons, and you can certainly select who you cast these skills on, although you would want to use your mouse and not the controller to be sure you got the right one. And then maybe, you know, and the other thing about the binding is the bind is like killing the unit, because it joins your side, and then if you sacrifice it, then it just axes them. So in a funny kind of way, you know, now I'm thinking, I'm like, in a funny kind of way, if you have a spare slot, it just functions as like an ultimate, you know, cast it until you bind them and then axe them immediately. Not a lot they could do about it. All right. Come on, Drugnan. Come on. Sell me a Merc, or Grizz, rather. Come on. Yeah, there we go. I guess the other ones are still around. But, hey, and it's a Fuzzle as well. Hooray, Fuzzle. Holy Freeze is so good. So mercenaries, they get resists per level automatically in addition to their gear, so they have less to worry about than you do. Yeah, Thomas, I think just the short duration of what you can get out of the sacrifices will probably generally just restrict like the usefulness of that, but maybe not forever. And of course, there are like some aspects, like maybe people compete to see who can beat whatever enemy the fastest, little speed run on Diablo or whatever, which would be very fast indeed, probably. But those are the little differences that maybe would make a difference. We are just melting through. These fools are totally not our equal. Ooh, unique light belt. It's not good, but that's okay. We haven't identified it yet. It could be good. It isn't. Immediately getting into dry hills. Nice. Immediately getting frozen. Neutral. This freeze is lasting so long, it's so obnoxious. And that... Alright, we got hit by another. We're going back to town. And that's the thing about not having Cannot Be Frozen. It lasts forever the longer you play. It's an ethereal one, too? No, it just looks ethereal. Okay, yeah. Snake Wars is not good. It does have, poison damage on it, which is unique, but... never worth wearing for anyone. Also, it's very restricted in slots. And belt slots are the most important thing. Now you sort of you get automatic filling from the inventory and stuff. So it's not as important as it used to be. Still very important, though. Later, Thomas. Thanks for hanging out. It's good, good seeing you. You must have stayed up pretty late. I don't know how much longer we're gonna go on this. I'll probably take a bit of a break here and for too long, but we'll see. Yeah. Yeah. The story of selling a huge chunk of America to America. Of course, back then France called it France. No, not really. They said it France, which a Frenchman would tell you makes a difference. Oh, with the Holy Freeze, we now have entered into the era of peace, prosperity, and destruction. No one is ever going to be able to do anything against us again. Alright, so you can jump down but not up. I just wanted to see. That's funny. Makes sense though. It's a lot easier to toss a sword down some mountainside than it is to throw it up the mountainside. Easier on the sword, easier on everybody. A unique ring could be anything. It could be a nature ring. It could be a stone of Jordan. I think a stone could drop there. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? A mantle teal ring. It could be a mantle teal ring too. You know. At least we've identified one now. This is a ring where, you know, technically a ring. The mana regen is like, okay, you know, but we have big mana count out of it, plus the fast cast, which we need for a breakpoint, so. Beautiful. It's such good area denial too. Just your ability to sort of sweep the ground with it. Lovely. Did we find the fast travel point here? I don't think so. Well, we're gonna try to. And we're actually so a lot of builds for a lot of classes struggle in this area because the hallways are frustrations. But you know, here the hallways work for us actually. We're a little poisoned, not too bad. Doesn't do that much damage, wears off quick here. And of course, the difference between Lister and Necrosummons is I can teleport him into a blob like that. Man, what a character. Why would anybody play a Necro again? I guess just if you loved Necro. Which, Necro's a great class. I would say my favorite, even though they aren't my favorite character. But, like, as a class, like, I love a Necromancer. But, man, this is the madman here for sure. Whoa. Something like this holiday for like my normal summon necromancer is so annoying. I forgot to send Lister there. I'm like, and then he can just jump in. But I'm thinking now for yeah, we don't need we'll just do bind demon on F1. We don't need the demon bind to even be on our controller. Because if it only happens when he dies, then we don't even need a button for him because he's never going to die. And if we do, we can just put on the mouse whenever we need to summon a new one, right? But if we die, we might lose him. You know, that is a, you know, maybe that's the thing. Maybe he's only bound to us as long as we're alive, so we have to be, you know, we have to be careful. Not that careful. Level 2. This is everybody's least favorite area in the game. But it's not so bad when you have your buddy Lister with you. It's so convoluted. I mean, it very much nails the idea that you are in, like, a massive insect slayer, you know, like, whatever reason it might make is a reason that makes sense to an insect. A burrowing fowl creature. The stuff of Kings. You astound me. So we can, yeah, oh, I think, oh, it's because these are undead, not demons. Ah. course, the old darkness has descended upon us again. But we'll be headed to the Claw Viper Temple to solve these problems before too long, as is tradition. Roast him through the fellows there. Yeah, this is already amazing. Holy Freeze slows them down so much. And then just crawling, right? Like they can't do anything there. Longsword is a bad choice for a 4-socket because it's got that dex requirement. And you can get a 4-socket sword, you know, with the lower strength and dex requirement. Because the amount of characters that want to use Spirit and want to care about their block rate, not super high. I mean, I could make another one and just try to get slightly higher fast cast, but we don't need more, but it would allow us to get more wiggle room potentially at some point, maybe. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, so we have a couple of skills, so we spend them on synergies, or so here like more levels for small defense gains and damage taken gains. Not really important. The base level gets us everywhere we want to be. Pumping this one doesn't look like we're getting very much for each level, right? That's like a 10%. Yeah, it's like a 10%, a little bit less per level. So we could just level up one of the other things and get it to that point. Now, Apocalypse is a little bit more than 10% per level. And importantly, is going to level up Flame Wave as well. just even bigger apocalypse. No, it's the same size, but it's better. Because we're so good. We are so set. The ability to project damage with APOC followed up with our slows and everything, it's just so good. It's just so good. Doing that just in case, because around these corners it can get weird. We just don't need that poleaxe. We're just going to leave it there. Alright, time for pretty dangerous place. Not hyper dangerous, pretty dangerous. Horror archers are very scary, but we have a very good build for dealing with them. Now, it won't go through the bars, but APOC will just fine. And of course, we're just trying to go corner to corner. And they really troll us with the architecture there. That is quite a room. That was two packs, maybe three. I think just two. Level 3, now we go to the center. by preference, I don't do the teleporters. Although, with our guys in tow, maybe it would be fine. I think this is perfectly fine, right? Because we're going to be able to line them up on big, long lines and then send in fire. Maybe this one's... Maybe the verticality is too rough to deal with here. That one's got Holy Freeze. That's bad. Sad mooing sounds intensify. I was like, we put the wrong weapon on. That's what was happening. I'm like, why is everything bad? Compendium is a type of book with no stats on it. Did we find it? It looks kind of like it. Nope, I don't think we did. Certainly found ourselves in a bit of a predicament. No, we can just toss down here. Nope, not past them. Well, Lister's here, so we're fine. AoE him off. I've gotten real good items out of these things in the Arcane Sanctuary before, but not like often enough to be able to feel happy about it. Lightning Spires have a lot of hit points. Either that or Lister's finally showing his age. I refuse to believe it. He's a big, strong boy. In here we have the towers, which is why you don't have to deal with annoyances in movement as much. But it could still be a very sketchy one, because the towers, you know, intimidate your guys, and then they start trying to worry about the tower, and then... Fortunately, Fire Nova is incredibly effective at getting you out of jail free. It's sort of silly how good it is at it. And the thing is, too, is because, I mean, it doesn't have the knockback on the act bosses, but because this knockback, right, like, you can just go in and really just clear a room. They don't get to do anything. Even at the fast cast rate that we have there, you see, like, how strong that can be, because they're all permanently stun locked. Sanctuary is super good experience, which does matter, of course. Poor Fuzzle stuck with that super old trident, but you know, it has a status effect that is very good indeed. I guess we'll take the teleporters even though they annoy me, because the other one is going to be even more... Oh, yeah, well, we don't even have to worry about the teleporters. We can just jump, right? Yeah. That's right. Teleporters is fine when you can teleport. Oh, goodness. I hit the wrong button. When you kill the ghosts over the... okay, sure, that's where I was pointing. So we went to 3 of the 4 sides, and I don't think it's going to be this one. I mean, what are the odds? I mean, it could be. We could roll up there and get that notification right now. Oh, yep, there it is. Alright, yeah, there it definitely is. And of course, all the items are bad, which is okay. Arrow down for the true tomb. And it's the first one we look at. so nice to go into a room like that. Ain't neither of those worth anything to us. Clean. This APOC move is sweet. Huge damage, you know, the wind up. Yeah, whatever, because it's nice to be able to throw in, you know, laying a bunch of damage down on the ground and then start the process of the other ones. When we get to Duriel, he'll drop us nothing. He never drops anything. It's like the man is honor bound to never give you a unique. You see him drop a ring, it's going to be a mantled heal. Oh, poor Fuzzle. The lightning enchant was too much for him in the end. Oh goodness. That's the thing about these fire resistant dudes. Like, are there more guys? Oh, there's a whole room of dudes resing. That makes sense. I'm like, how are we not churning through them at all? But with 3 guys resing them, pretty easy. Man, Unravelers. What guys? Now, 4-socket shield, potentially pretty nice on a Heraldric, but they can either roll like enhanced damage or they can have resistances even on a gray shield, and that's what you're looking for. Pretty easy for paladins to get amazing amounts of resistances. That's like their thing, you know. That's what they bring to the table. Oops. Alright, so time for the Duriel fight. I don't think we have Cannot Be Frozen for the Merc. It'll be alright, I think. I don't think he's going to be able to pop fuzzle that quickly, actually, because we're going to go in and slow him, and all the combos, I think, will be fine. I think we'll be just fine. We'll just go buy some more mana pots real quick. Quarters is better than nothing. Alright, let's get to it. Because, yeah, that's right. He's got like an automatic kill your Merc thing, I think, at like 50% or something. But we'll be able to get through here with Lister, I am sure. We just need to push through before he can hurt him at all, and I think he'll just sit there and beat on him. We just need to make sure that he keeps him slow. Yep, and that's all that it takes for Duriel. You know, you just gotta get that slow on him and hit him with Lister the Tormentor, and if you have access to those things. We're just cycling through our little rotation of explosions, and that's all they wrote for Duriel. What a little chump. You know, what a different experience than Act 1. Of course, we see the demon taking a little bit of damage. You know, some. And my goodness, he actually dropped set stuff. Craziness. That's a Saigon's plate. But, you know, we haven't identified any of them yet, so they're eligible for Chronicle. Very nice. We already have a Saigon's plate. We do not need another one. Sickle, yeah, this is... Whoops, daisy. Let's buy that back. Hey, Duriel dropping anything that you can identify is fine. I mean, we'd have some magic fine, not like a ton, but, you know, it's just all trash all the time with Duriel, you know, like, it's not just me that says this. Everybody knows that Duriel didn't drop anything. Been drinking long? My mustache foiled me. Alright, and that's Act 2.
right, wonderful. And man, something about the graphics on this game, you know, they are
lagging so far behind. I'm looking at the preview, and it is like a full like minute or two behind me. It's pretty wild. But you know, maybe the particle effects are challenging for it to do or something. That would make sense, I suppose. But all right, well. Having a good old time. You know, any better boots wouldn't go wrong, you know, because 20 run walk is fine, but all the other stuff doesn't matter at all. The mana leech, you know, there's a time when I thought that would matter some to me, but... I was going to say let's end. And, you know, I think that is just what I'll say. This is a good time to stop. Beginning of Act 3, our Chronicle. We are 6% complete with all the sets in the game. Really? Would have thought there was more stuff than that. But it's all right. Look at me, the proud Slayer Warlock. But anyway, what a good time. Totally just chunked Andariel. Of course, she's weak to fire. Duriel got more hit points. Took care of him too. Hephasto, not perceiving him to be too much of a problem. Diablo, will probably be fine. The thing is, too, is if they even get Lister down like to half HP, we can always just Baal, heal him up at the shop, keep on rolling, right? You know, we just got to stay back. And hopefully it still attaches him to our character when we log in again. If he's still with us, then we're going to have a great old time going through Act 3. And if not, we'll just we'll find a way to do something interesting. I believe. Like a little tree guy, you know, that kind of thing. Actually would love to have a council member as a follower, like followers that cast Hydra. That's nice. But they're kind of like weak, right? You know, the Hydra hurts us, but it wouldn't hurt them. Anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Really hope you've enjoyed this episode of me proving that I do know how to play Diablo. I was just getting back into it a little bit the other day. And that's it for right now. I don't think we'll play any more today because 4.5 hours is a good long chunk for one game for a day. But we might play later on. We might play again tomorrow though. But anyway, maybe I will see you guys later on. Later Thomas, later everybody. Maybe I'll see you in another stream or video. Peace.